Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our program will begin in a few minutes. Please find your seats. Once again, our program will begin in a few minutes. Please find your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our program will begin in a few minutes. Please find your seats. Once again, our program will begin in a few minutes. Please find your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Once again, our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Organized by the Institute for Emerging Issues at NC State University, the Emerging Issues Forum is the highlight of North Carolina's annual public policy calendar. For more than 3 decades, the forum has been critical to North Carolina's expanding prosperity. Always looking to the future, the forum tackles big challenges, which when confronted today, become opportunities for competitive advantage tomorrow. At each forum, leaders from every corner of North Carolina join experts from around the world to connect, think, and do. Leaders from business, government, education, and nonprofits come together, build a shared vision, and prioritize consensus action steps. Carolina is far stronger as a result. Better public schools, stronger universities, thriving new industries like biotechnology, vibrant public-private partnerships, and accelerating innovation. A recent example of the forum's impact, the powerful Innovate NC partnership, which is fostering innovation-based local economic development in communities beyond the Triangle and Metro Charlotte. Unique to North Carolina, the Emerging Issues Forum is a rare and special asset. As we confront the relentless challenges of a globalized world, the Emerging Issues Forum will expand its 30-year record of service to the state, bringing people together to build better lives and brighter futures for all North Carolinians.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chancellor of NC State University, Randy Woodson.
Good morning, everyone. It's a tough morning after last night. That's all I'll say. Welcome to the 31st Annual Emerging Issues Forum, FutureWork, hosted by NC State's Institute for Emerging Issues. For 4 decades, the Emerging Issues Forum has strengthened North Carolina's economy by focusing our attention on the big issues ahead, the issues that will define our common future. Each year in February, forum attendees come together to tackle a single one of these big issues. We hear from experts, share ideas, and identify concrete actions that we can take together as a community to build a brighter future for all of North Carolina. Make no mistake, when it comes to the forum, you are the critical ingredient. You are the leaders, the stakeholders from every key sector of our economy, business, education, government, nonprofit. You all represent every corner of our great state. The forum depends on your engagement, your commitment. At the forum, we not only tackle a big topic, but we actually work together to build a consensus around the key priorities for moving our state forward. Then, and this is the big part, then we go out and put it to work. We put these priorities into action. This year's topic, FutureWork, is very exciting to me for a number of reasons. First, it's always the right time to talk about creating a great future for jobs for our citizens. But I think we all understand that we've reached a critical inflection point where we're forced to confront the big questions about our future, the future of work in a world exploding in automation. The future work challenge is already upon us. Driverless cars are coming to our highways as quickly as automation is coming to our factories. In one sense, I feel that the world is actually finally catching up to NC State. We've been thinking about these issues for decades, and we've explored and mapped the frontiers of technology and innovation. That said, we all recognize the enormous and potentially disruptive impacts on employment. At the same time automation is exploding, our state's demographics are changing rapidly. Our population is getting older, I know I am, every day, and much more diverse. Our workplaces, to my delight, have many more women. Change is challenging, and we're up for the challenge. Of course we are. The Emerging Issues Forum is a perfect example of North Carolina State University's model of service to our state. NC State is North Carolina's first land-grant university and engaging directly with citizens so that we deliver innovative research and ideas directly into our communities. This is woven into the fabric of everything we do at NC State. We are think and do. We tackle the world's toughest problems by turning brilliant ideas into practical solutions. Our award-winning interdisciplinary research environment on Centennial Campus, which some of you will visit tomorrow, has attracted more than 70 industry partners. Together, we're working to solve some of the world's biggest challenges. I think of the forum as a microcosm of the work we do at NC State. Together, we will combine intellectual rigor, diversity of experience and perspective, and pragmatic problem-solving skills to build a better North Carolina. I look forward to our time together. This is a bright spot on my calendar every year, as I know it is on yours. We're so proud to have you here at the Convention Center and look forward to having you on Centennial Campus tomorrow. Now, let me invite to the stage the most amazing leader in the state and our great director of the Institute for Emerging Issues, Anita Brown Graham. Thank you.
Chancellor Woodson, I hope you know how much we appreciate all the many ways you support IEI. You're a fantastic leader. Give it up for my Chancellor one more time. Good morning, everybody. It is such an exciting moment for me to welcome all of you sitting here in the Raleigh Convention Center and the thousands of you who are participating in this forum via live stream and on TV. This is an amazing day for the state of North Carolina. Give it up for yourselves, please. Now, I do want to share that there's some good and some bad in the fact that for the first time in the history of the forum, we are televising live. The good is that there's so many more people who can tune in. The bad is if you misbehave, there's so many more people who will know it. So, be careful what you do on camera. It is really super cool to have the diversity here in this room and online. And as Chancellor Woodson has said, in so many ways, it speaks to the importance of this topic, the future of work. I get to do three things in this introductory session. The first is I've got to give some shout outs, and I have quite a few of them, so bear with me. I then want to spend a little bit of time talking to you about why we're here, what the mission, the ambition is for today. And then finally, through some logistics, I want to help you understand how we're going to get from why we're here this morning to where we want to be at the end of tomorrow, which is with an action plan in hand. Let me start with my shout outs. I'm going to ask you to hold your applause until I get to the very end, only because I want to make sure that we don't run out of time. First, this is a forum about the future of work. And while it will have implications for every single person sitting in this audience, the people who will probably face the brunt of most of the changes that we will explore are our students. I could not be more excited about how many students from how many campuses across North Carolina are with us today. And so I want to ask every student in the room to stand and be recognized. So for some of us, this is a conversation that requires us to take our heads out of our day-to-day and really focus in on this issue of how you navigate the future of work. But there are many people in this room, 80 of whom have come together as forum ambassadors, who wake up every day thinking about how they help North Carolinians to navigate our labor markets. I want to ask our 80 forum ambassadors from all across the state of North Carolina to stand, please. There's another group here that came together with IEI last fall to really wrestle through a set of recommendations that we could present to you as a starting point for our very important conversation. That's the 2016 working group, and I'd like to ask those folks to stand, please. Don't be shy. And then, of course, it goes without saying that we couldn't pull off a forum like this without numerous corporate, foundation, and individual donors who are with us today. Before I go any further, I want to take the time to just say thank you to these folks who are investing in the future of North Carolina. First, I want to recognize Duke Energy, which has been perhaps the most loyal supporter of the Emerging Issues Forum over its 31 years. But this year, they've done something really special. In addition to sponsoring the forum, the Duke Energy Foundation has given a grant to the Institute for Emerging Issues so that we can go right to work, taking the recommendations that you deliver at this forum out across North Carolina. Please give it up for Duke. All right, and now I'm going to go through all the other sponsors. Hold your applause until I get to the end. UNC TV, our exclusive TV sponsor, filming live on the new North Carolina channel. An amazing group of silver sponsors this year. Please stand if you're from Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina, the local government Federal Credit Union, the Public Consulting Group, SAS, and the Duke Endowment. Stand, stand. We've got an amazing production crew sponsor Creative Visions. You'll see our guys in the back, and some of them are in this back room. I won't ask them to stand because something weird might happen with the camera, but know that we appreciate all that you're doing. And then finally, if you represent these other organizations, let me ask you to stand too. Bank of America, PNC, SCANSA, Novozymes, Business North Carolina, the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, IBM, the North Carolina Chamber, Capital Broadcasting Company, Citrix, North Carolina State University, including the amazing NC State Library. Stand. And finally, to our friends at Fidelity who sponsored our great mobile app, which will help you to participate actively in this forum, let me say thank you to you. All right, so I have no doubt that there are other groups out there, maybe the IEI National Advisory Board, some elected officials going, what about our shout-outs? They're coming later. That's the first chapter of shout-outs, okay? Right now, what I want to do is change gears for a second, ask you to buckle up, think a little bit about this fast-paced day, recognize that the reason we are here is to answer one single question, which is, as technology and demography shift, how does this state of North Carolina prepare today to create enough good jobs tomorrow? Just that itty-bitty question for the next 8 hours. I know you're anxious to get started. It's an important question. But as your host, let me give you just a few logistics that will help you to understand how we're going to make it through the rest of today. To begin with, you may be asking yourself, is there free Wi-Fi? Well, at a forum on the future of work, the answer is kind of yes. It's kind of yes because it's free to you, but not to me. So I want you to get on the Wi-Fi. I want you to use it all day in every way that you can so that I get my money's worth out of paying for the Wi-Fi. You actually might well want to use the Wi-Fi for downloading the app on your mobile phone. How many of you have already downloaded the app? Okay, that's about 60% of the room. Other 40% of the room might want to take your phones out. If you look on the table, there are instructions on how to download. You can also at any point go outside to the IEI help desk and we'll help you get on it. If you're watching via live stream, instructions will be visible online. If you're watching on UNC TV, there's a banner running across the TV screen that tells you how to download the app. We want to make sure that everybody, everywhere, no matter how you're participating, has a chance to do all of the activities today. Why? Well, because hearing from you is a fundamental feature of this forum. I like to tell people all the time who remember the year the forum brought this person or that person, that this is probably the one convening I know of in this state where for as amazingly smart and well-known the people on stage are, the more important people are the ones who are sitting in the audience. So we're going to want to hear from you all day, no matter how you're participating. The app has a live polling feature that we'll be using at key points to give you a chance to give us some feedback. For sessions that include live polling, you choose the Pulse button on the app menu. Your screen will populate with these polls all day. All right, I want to do a quick test, make sure that you all are with me on utilizing this app. So go ahead, take out your phones, tap the Pulse button, click on the first poll, test question. All right, this question may look familiar to some of you. It's actually a question we sent out on that not so massive snow day, just to be sure that you are getting warmed up for this forum. What percentage of work activities today could be automated by adapting current technologies? Look around the room, think about the things these people do, the things that people do in your workplaces. Is it A, 22%? B, 60%, C, 45%, or D, 50%? So half of you said 60%. Next, 25% of you said 45%. I'm glad that you're here for this Emerging Issues Forum. You have a lot to learn. The answer is 45%. That does not excuse that 25% of you. You may not go home right now. You too have a lot to learn. Interestingly, when we sent this out a couple of weeks ago, the poll came back split evenly, 50-50, with half the people saying 60%, half the people saying 45%. So I don't know what to say about the different sampling. You can draw your own conclusions from that. All right, some final words from me on this session. A couple of times today, we will have opportunities for you all to ask questions of the speakers. For the first two opportunities to ask questions, they're the same no matter how you're participating in this forum. So first of all, you can send questions in at any time using our hashtag #IEIFutureWork. We'll be streaming the live Twitter session. Second, you can use the app to submit your question with the mobile submit questions option, which is located on the app menu. Anybody can do that. And then for those of you who are in the room, we'll actually have two opportunities where you can come up to the mics that are in the aisles and ask your questions yourselves of the speakers. I will be giving you a little bit more instruction on that later. All right, so finally, if you need tech support so that you can either reach us through Twitter or reach us through the app, please remember we're standing outside this ballroom waiting to help you. We really want to be able to use this technology in this conversation about the future of work to be sure that we are all on the same page. That's it for me and a lot of housekeeping, and now it is time to get to work. I could not be more excited to introduce our first speaker of the morning, ladies and gentlemen. This topic, automation and the future of work, sets the stage for the rest of our day. We're going to begin by thinking about how automation will change our entire economy. And I'm just delighted that Martin Ford, one of the world's leading thinkers on the essential question of what automation means for the future of human work, perhaps means for the future of humanity, will begin our day. As so many of you know, Martin is the New York Times best-selling author of The Rise of the Robots. After we hear from Martin, we'll hear from Mike Walden, an economist at NC State University, who has been more than a colleague to us in this work. He has been a partner and a friend. And Mike is going to share what automation is likely to mean for us right here in North Carolina in terms of our job future. So, without further ado, please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to North Carolina and welcoming to this stage Martin Ford.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. Over the last 5 or 6 years, I've been giving a lot of thought and also writing quite a lot about the potential for technologies like robotics and artificial intelligence to potentially disrupt our entire society. And I've really come around to the conclusion that we could well beyond the leading edge of just a massive wave that's going to end up putting just a tremendous amount of stress both on society and on the economy. And the central idea here, of course, is that computers and robots and smart algorithms are increasingly going to substitute for human labor. They're going to begin to take over more and more of the jobs and tasks that are being done by people. Now, over the last few years, I've had a chance to talk to a lot of people that are deeply involved in these technologies, people actually doing the deep research in robotics and artificial intelligence and so forth. And what I've found is that, at least among technical people, there is something of an emerging consensus that we may well be headed toward a time of genuine disruption, a time when things are really going to operate quite differently from what we've seen in the past. On the other hand, there's still a lot of skepticism out there. And I think it's probably fair to say that economists as a group tend to be quite skeptical that we may be headed to anything genuinely different. And it turns out that the skepticism is largely anchored in history. This idea that machines and technology might displace workers and potentially create a lot of unemployment is by no means new. It goes back at a minimum 200 years to the Luddite revolts in England, and since then it's come up again and again. In my most recent book, for example, I talk a little bit about the Triple Revolution report, which was a very formal report put together by a very smart group of people, included 2 Nobel laureates, and was presented to the President of the United States. And this report argued that the U.S. was on the brink of just a major disruption, that the economy was likely going to be completely upended as industrial automation pushed millions of people out of work and created massive unemployment. That report was submitted to President Johnson in 1964, so that was 50 years ago. Obviously, that didn't happen, and that's been sort of the story thus far, is that this alarm has been raised, but it's generally turned out to be a false alarm. Over time, the economy has adjusted and more jobs have been created. So I think that there's a lot in common between this idea and the old story of the little boy who cries wolf. And you recall it in that story, the village becomes complacent, they become skeptical, but in the end, of course, the wolf does show up, and I think that's probably the risk that we face this time around. So what I want to do is start by giving you just one number that I think is at least quite suggestive that we may be entering a time that's really quite different from what we've seen in the past. If you go back to 1998, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there were a total of 194 billion hours of labor performed in the U.S. economy. Now, if you fast forward 15 years to 2013, it turns out that the output from the business sector grew by about 42%, or $3.5 trillion, and over that same 15-year period, the population of the United States increased by 40 million people. That's a lot of people. That's roughly equivalent to the population of the United Kingdom. So it's quite a few people to add to our population over that period. But it turns out that when you get to 2013, the total amount of labor required in the business sector, despite that massive increase in output, was exactly the same. It was 194 billion hours of labor. So to me, that's quite remarkable. That suggests that companies and businesses are obviously becoming far more efficient. I think a lot of it has to do with what we might call digital leverage, this ability to utilize these powerful technologies to produce more and more without necessarily relying on more people. And I think that portends a genuine disruption that we may need to start thinking about for the future. So given that I'm arguing that this time is really going to be different relative to what we've seen in history, I think it's really important to try to articulate what exactly is different about today's technology. How is it different from what we've seen in the past? And I think that there are three fundamental things that I would point to. The first is, of course, that we have this exponential acceleration going on. And I think most people are by now familiar with Moore's law, or this idea that computing power doubles roughly every 2 years or so. But it's important to note that it's actually much broader than that. The acceleration extends, for example, in many cases to computer software. It extends to communications bandwidth and memory and so forth. So it's not just that the computers themselves are getting faster, but there's a very broad-based acceleration going on. And the key insight is that that acceleration has now been going on for a long time. It's been going on for decades. And when you take something and you continue to accelerate it, continue to double it again and again and again over the course of decades, what you end up with is a remarkable amount of absolute progress. And that's really where we are today. And that's the reason that things are now moving at a very rapid clip. And I think that what we can expect is that things are going to unfold at a surprising rate. Over the next 5, 10, 20 years, we're going to see developments that perhaps astound us. And the reason is that this acceleration has gotten us to the point where things are just moving at a remarkable pace. The second point that I would focus on is that machines are now, in at least a limited sense, beginning to think. They are taking on cognitive tasks. So technology is now beginning to displace not just muscle power, but brain power. And what that means is that machines are really beginning to encroach on the fundamental capability that so far, has really set people apart and has allowed us to stay ahead of this march of technology. If there's one technology that's really central to this whole concept, it's machine learning. It's the idea that smart algorithms can churn through data, and based on that, they can make predictions and they can learn to do things. For the first time, we're seeing machines that literally can learn, and that's, I think, something that just has enormous potential to be disruptive. To sort of get your mind around how broad-based that can be, you can visualize that in terms of another person. Ask yourself, for a particular occupation, could another smart person, if they had access to a detailed record of everything that's been done by a worker in the past, could they figure out by studying that record how to do that job? And if the answer is yes, then I think it's a pretty good bet that eventually there'll be a smart algorithm that can take essentially that same approach. So when you think of it in those terms, you can see that there's really a lot of jobs out there that are ultimately going to be susceptible to this, because there are a lot of jobs that a person could learn by watching or by studying the record of the work that's gone on before. And that brings us to the third point, which I think is critically important, is that information technology and increasingly artificial intelligence is becoming a true general-purpose technology. In other words, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It's invaded every sector of the economy, every industry, every business. It's almost impossible to imagine any meaningful business or organization being founded in the future which doesn't leverage this technology. So it's really, become something that's just entirely across the board. It's going to scale across the entire economy. And so when you put these three things together, what you end up with, I think, is something that looks almost like a utility. It's almost like electricity, except that instead of just delivering electric power, it's actually delivering machine intelligence. It's delivering this ability to make decisions, to solve problems, and most importantly, to learn. And that's something, again, that will scale across our entire economy. And I think that one of the implications is that it's certainly going to make everything less labor intensive. It's going to mean fewer opportunities, especially for people that tend to do more average, routine, predictable types of work. Now, one of the issues that anyone who is skeptical about this will always bring up is that there is this ongoing process of creative destruction. It's true that we can expect technology to disrupt existing industries, but at the same time, we know that technology will create new things. And it's easy to imagine what some of the new technologies and industries of the future are going to be, things like nanotechnology and synthetic biology and virtual reality and so forth. Those are doubtless all going to be very important, influential industries, but what I'm showing here is that there's good reason to believe that while those industries certainly will exist, they may not be very labor intensive. They simply may not hire a lot of people. And what you see here is a comparison of a traditional industry as exemplified by General Motors. And in 1979, in its peak employment, General Motors had pretty close to 1 million workers. Now compare that to Google in 2012, and Google had less than 5% of the number of workers that General Motors had, and yet after adjusting for inflation, it generated 20% more earnings than Google ever did. So again, that's a good example of what we might call digital leverage, this ability to utilize technology to produce just astounding amounts of output to become enormously profitable and influential, but without relying on many people. And I think that the point here is that over time, we can expect that our entire economy is going to come to look more like Google and less like General Motors. And again, that really portends a coming disruption for employment. This slide here shows the same kind of thing, but from a different perspective. This is in terms of occupations. One of the things that you will hear people say again and again is that, yes, existing jobs may be disrupted, but there are going to be new types of work, new occupations that are going to arise in the future, and in fact, they may be new kinds of work that today we can't even imagine. And that's absolutely true. I mean, it's easy to think of professions that exist today that just a couple of decades ago we wouldn't have been able to anticipate. Things like website designers and social media marketers and data scientists and so forth. These are all genuinely new occupations, that's for sure. But what I'm showing here is that while those new types of work certainly do exist, there really aren't that many of those jobs. It turns out that in the United States, about 90% of our workforce is engaged in occupations that existed 100 years ago. So it's things like driving vehicles, working in offices, working in healthcare, working in food service and preparation, working in factories. These are all jobs that someone in the year 1915 would have recognized and been familiar with. So we are creating new types of work, but still most people work in those traditional areas, and it's very easy to see that a disruption is coming, that many, many of those traditional occupations are going to be very susceptible over the next 10, 20 years. So let me now show you a couple of graphs that actually demonstrate, I think, that technology is already perhaps beginning to have an impact on our economy. What you see here is a comparison of productivity and hourly compensation for what we might think of as average workers in the United States. Now, productivity, of course, is a measure of efficiency. It's essentially the value of what we produce divided by the number of hours it takes to produce it. And what you can see in this graph is that right up until the mid-1970s, these two lines were perfectly correlated. They moved in perfect lockstep, and that's really the way things should work. If you pick up any economics textbook, it will tell you that this is the way the impact of increasing productivity ought to work in an economy. As innovation makes us more productive, makes workers able to produce more, as the machines that they use get better and better, they become more effective, they produce more, and therefore they should become more valuable, and they should be able to command higher wages. And that's exactly what happened right up until 1973, but you see then that something happened, and these two lines decouple, and since then we've got this widening gap opening. Productivity has continued its relentless climb, but hourly compensation has really stagnated, and we now see that some people in the United States actually make less now in real terms than they did several decades ago. So there's been a real change that has occurred, and I think that part of what's happening, at least, is that the nature of our machines and technologies has been changing. At one time, especially during that golden post-war period, machines were clearly tools. Machines were something that a worker used that made that worker more productive and more valuable. But there's a transition going on, and in many cases, at least relative to certain workers, machines are now becoming autonomous. They are, rather than increasing the value of workers, they are increasingly substituting for workers, and actually in some cases making those workers less valuable. So that ongoing transition is really, I think, a big part of what's driving this wedge opening up between compensation and productivity. What you see here is a graph showing what job creation in percentage terms looks like in the United States. And you can see that it almost looks like a declining staircase. Just about every decade has produced fewer new jobs in percentage terms than the preceding decade. So clearly, again, I think this points to a kind of a structural shift going on. The economy is just getting less and less effective at generating new jobs. And I point to technology as being a big part of the reason that this is happening. Here's another graph that looks almost like the mirror image of that one, and this is showing what's happening with our jobless recoveries. It turns out that when we do have a recession, of course, millions of jobs are lost, and eventually those jobs reappear, but it's taking longer and longer. It's almost as though the economy is in some way losing its elasticity. It's losing its ability to spring back and get back to where it was before. This last jobless recovery that we had as a result of the Great Recession was just epic. I mean, it was over 6 years that it took for us to get back to the same level of employment. So it's taking longer and longer, but there's also something else happening, and that's that the nature or quality of the jobs is changing. we're undergoing a process of polarization or a hollowing out, where what happens is that when we hit a recession, the first jobs to get vaporized are the good jobs, the solid middle-class jobs that don't require too much skill or training and are generally accessible to most people in the population. Those kind of routine, predictable jobs tend to get wiped out right away. And then eventually, when we do have that recovery and the jobs finally do come back, the jobs that are reappearing tend to be of lower quality. They're very often low-wage jobs in the service sector, areas like fast food and retail and so forth. They're quite often part-time jobs or jobs that where workers are really struggling to get enough hours and to earn an adequate income. So aside from the fact that it's taking longer and longer to get back where we were, when we do get back, the jobs are really, in many cases, of lower quality. And that, again, I think really portends a warning for the future, because, you know, while we currently are generating lots of these lower wage jobs in areas like fast food, it's easy to see as we look at technology that there is a coming disruption to those jobs as well. So it's easy to imagine a future where even those relatively, you know, undesirable jobs are going to be harder and harder to come by. So it's something to really, I think, begin thinking about. So let me talk a bit now about some of the actual technologies that are driving this. What you see here is a picture of a robot, and of course robots have been around for a long time. In an advanced economy like the United States, you know, we've had robots in factories, especially in automotive factories, for decades now. And it turns out that in most advanced economies, all of the truly rote, repetitive, assembly line type jobs where you're literally doing the same thing again and again, those jobs have disappeared long ago. So what have been left for people to do in manufacturing environments are primarily those jobs that are to some degree unpredictable. And it may be jobs that rely on things like visual perception and dexterity in our environments where things are not completely predictable and able to be choreographed. One good example of that would be, for example, loading and unloading boxes at the end of the production process, or perhaps grabbing parts from a bin and feeding them into the next machine. Those kinds of jobs have been, up until now at least, relatively safe for people. What you see here, though, is a picture of a robot from a company called Industrial Perception in Silicon Valley, and it's actually now owned by Google. And this is a robot that's specifically designed to move and unload and load boxes. And you see in this picture that the robot is approaching a stack of boxes that are put together kind of haphazardly. They're all different sizes and shapes and colors and so forth. They're not aligned precisely. And this is a robot that can approach this stack of boxes and move them using machine vision. And the company estimates that eventually this robot will be able to move about a box every second. And that will compare with roughly about a box every 6 seconds or so for a productive human worker. So it's easy to see how that's likely to be quite disruptive. Obviously, this is a machine that can work continuously. It's never going to get tired. It's never going to get injured. It's never going to file a workers' compensation claim. So you can see how, as this technology gets more affordable and better, there's just going to be a tremendous incentive on the part of businesses to, you know, get rid of a lot of people that are now doing this type of work. And that's something that we're going to see, I think, scale across all kinds of jobs in factories and warehouses and so forth going forward. Now, there's a very conventional view about this, which says that, you know, moving boxes isn't a very desirable job. It's the kind of job where you're very likely to get injured if you do it for long enough. So the solution to this, of course, has always been education, training. What we should do if someone loses their job moving boxes is that we send them back to school or for retraining. We give them some more skills so that they can move up, hopefully, into a higher skill position. Maybe they'll work in a better, safer environment, like perhaps an office, and they'll have a more rewarding and a higher paying career. What I'm showing here is the problem with that. This is showing the impact of white-collar automation, and this comes from an article that appeared in the Wall Street Journal just a few months ago, and it's talking about automation within the corporate finance departments of the largest corporations with over $1 billion of revenue. And what you see in the red bar graph here is the headcount in that department, and these would be people doing things like accounting, financial planning, accounts payable and receivable, and so forth. And it turns out that in the largest corporations, relative to corporate revenue, the headcount in that department, the number of people, has collapsed by about 40% over the last decade or so. And this has happened, for the most part, because of smart software that's now doing more and more of this routine, white-collar type work. And it's pretty clear that these technologies are beginning, at least, to move up the skill ladder. There are many examples we can give. There are companies like Narrative Science and Automated Insights, which is based, I think, right here, that are taking on the task of journalism. They are systems that can tap into a data stream and then automatically produce very compelling news stories based on that. And right now, this is more formulaic areas. It's like sports reporting and financial reporting and so forth. But this technology is getting better and better. And it's not going to be just about journalism. This is something that I think will scale across knowledge-based jobs of all kinds. If you're sitting in front of a computer at a desk in one of those environments where there are, a sea of cubicles, for example, if you've got that type of job where you're cranking out the same report, the same analysis again and again, it's going to be extremely susceptible to this kind of technology, to machine learning and so forth. And again, we see that in many areas. We see it in the field of law, where e-discovery algorithms are now taking on much of the document review work that used to be done by lawyers and paralegals. So this is something that I think is going to be a much bigger disruption going forward over the next couple of decades. And what I'm showing here is that, in fact, this may well already be having an impact on the earnings for college graduates. It turns out that over the last decade or so, the real inflation-adjusted earnings for recent college graduates have actually been declining. And of course, you often hear people say that it's much better to go to college than not. And that's absolutely true. There's no doubt that college graduates are still doing much better than those who stop in high school. But the uncomfortable reality is that that's true not so much because things are fantastic for college graduates, but rather because opportunities are genuinely collapsing for those that don't have that college degree. But it turns out that even for those people who do get that university degree, in many cases, up to half of them are really ending up in positions like working at Starbucks or something that really does not require a university degree. And over time, as we see here, incomes have actually gone into decline. So again, this is really suggestive that technology is beginning to climb that skills ladder, and as a result, the traditional solution to this, which has always been more education, more training, is something that we need to think more carefully about, whether that's going to be viable and how we need to adjust that over the future. The other point that I've emphasized a lot, and I think this is something that's going to become tremendously important going forward, is that, all of this, of course, the potential for unemployment or underemployment is something that can put tremendous stress on society and on the individuals. There is also a bigger economic issue. It's something that's going to impact potentially the entire economy in a negative way, because we need consumers. We need people who have adequate income and confidence to go out and be vibrant consumers. We need people who can buy the products and services being produced by the economy. If we don't have that, then we run the risk of stagnation due to inadequate demand. Perhaps we even run the risk of a downward economic spiral, a deflationary spiral. And it's interesting that as you look around the world today, in areas like Japan and Europe, you hear this word deflation coming up quite frequently already. And as technology has a bigger and bigger impact, I mean, it's fairly easy to say that this could become a bigger problem. You can visualize this in terms of a very rich person like Bill Gates, for example. In theory, Bill Gates has an infinite amount of purchasing power. He can buy anything he wants. But of course, he's not going to just go out there and buy and buy and buy. He's not going to buy 1,000 smartphones. He's not going to buy 1,000 automobiles. He's certainly not going to sit down and eat 1,000 restaurant meals in one night. So when you take purchasing power or income from 1,000 regular people and focus that into the hands of one very rich person, clearly you're taking something out of the economy in terms of the amount of consumer demand that's out there. And I think that that is something that is very likely to become a much more important issue going forward. Here is a graph showing that to some extent we may already be seeing evidence of this even here in the United States. This shows over the course of our recovery, retail sales versus corporate profits since 2009. And of course, corporate profits during the course of the recovery from the Great Recession have been really quite phenomenal. We've had historic, unprecedented levels of corporate profitability. But what we're showing here is that those profits are largely coming from efficiency improvements. It's in many cases coming from companies cutting costs, cutting workers, cutting their workforce. It's not coming so much because companies are selling more. And so, clearly that's not sustainable. You can't just have continuing soaring corporate profits and continued prosperity across the whole economy just by continuing to cut costs. Ultimately, if you want to have a sustainable, robust future, you've got to be able to sell more. And in order to sell more, you've got to have people out there that are capable of buying what you're selling. So again, I think that this is an issue that really has the potential to be much more important in the future. So finally, the question then becomes, what can we do all about this? And again, the traditional solution has always been education, and I'm very much for education, but I do think that there is evidence to suggest, especially since technology is increasingly moving up that skills ladder, that we may need to ultimately look beyond just education. Certainly, I think even those who don't buy into the fact that we may have widespread unemployment at some point, nearly everyone agrees that things are moving faster and faster, and it may be harder and harder for people to keep up and to retrain. And so therefore, I do think that in the short term, we definitely need to enhance our safety net. We need to do a better job of looking after people that run into trouble and need time to adjust. But in the longer run, I think that we really may need to look at a genuinely radical solution to this. I mean, the bottom line here is that ultimately we're going to face a choice. It's very easy to imagine a very utopian outcome to all of this. And if you live in Silicon Valley, where I do, you'll hear techno-optimists talking about this all the time. You can imagine a future where machines do most of the work, or at least they do all the dangerous, undesirable work. They do the jobs that are really boring, and people have more time for leisure, more time to focus on things that are genuinely rewarding and so forth. So that's potentially a very inviting outcome, but clearly that outcome will come to pass only if we solve the income distribution problem. You're not going to be thriving in the future if you don't have an income. So I do think eventually we'll have to look at something more radical, something perhaps like a guaranteed income, a guaranteed minimum income. And that's a very radical, politically unthinkable idea in the United States right now, but it is an idea that's getting more attention. In some areas of the world, in Europe, it's getting a bit more traction. I think that over time, it's something that we're going to have to look at very seriously, perhaps 10, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. It may be something that we're just going to have to inevitably move toward if we want to have continued prosperity. So my point in discussing this and talking about this is really to generate a conversation, is to get people thinking about it, talking about it. And my hope is that as a result of this ongoing conversation and debate, some genuinely workable solutions are going to emerge, some solutions that will enable us to build a society where everyone, regardless of who they are or their level of education, has the ability to take advantage of all the remarkable innovations that I think we're going to see over the next couple of decades. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NC State economist Mike Walden.
Please be seated. So there's a big question facing society, and it is, what's 2 plus 2? So to answer this important question, the government has convened 3 experts, a mathematician, an accountant, and an economist. They're taken to a remote location, and they're brought in one by one to answer that very important question. So the mathematician is brought in first. The panel says to the mathematician, what is 2 plus 2? The mathematician says, well, 4. The panel of experts says to the mathematician, well, exactly 4. The economist says, the mathematician says, well, yeah, exactly 4. Thank you. The accountant comes in. The experts ask the accountant, what is 2 plus 2? The accountant says 4. The experts say, well, is it exactly 4? Well, the accountant says, you could have a little bit of leeway on either side, standard deviation stuff. So I'll say the central tendency is 4. Thank you. The economist is brought in. The experts say to the economist, what is 2 plus 2? Before the economist answers, the economist gets up, makes sure all the shades are drawn in the room, makes sure the door's locked, sits down, looks at the experts and says, what do you want it to be? The other piece of advice I will give you, economists have an infallible predictive model for the stock market. Everyone's very uneasy today about the stock market. We have a very infallible predictor of the stock market. That is to say that we can say, or I can say, representing economists, that this year, without a doubt, the stock market will fluctuate. All right, enough of the entertainment portion. My job is to follow up on Martin's very good presentation and talk about what economists are dubbing technological unemployment and bring it home to North Carolina. I have said that I think this is the issue of the century. And a lot of you may be thinking, well, gosh, come on, here we go with another problem. We're just getting over this recession. We're just getting job growth, and you economists and other analysts are throwing another issue at us, and I get that. And I hope that this does not become the issue of the century, but I think it certainly has the potential to do so. Let me make sure that we're, okay. You've already heard the Chancellor and Martin talk about examples that we're already seeing of technological unemployment. Incidentally, technological unemployment is our code for machines, robots, modern technology, doing the tasks that humans have been doing. So, for example, in Japan, if you go to a hotel in Japan, or at least some of the hotels in Japan, you'll not be greeted by people at the check-in desk. There'll be robots. You all know about driverless cars. 3D manufacturing. Some say that that's going to replace the modern factory, that people will be able to actually manufacture exactly what they want. Say my wife and I were looking for a new refrigerator the other month, and we have a very specific space, height, depth, etc. We are having a hard time finding a refrigerator. Well, if we had a 3D manufacturing mechanism in our home, we could have cranked that out exactly as we want. Think about all the factories and all the factory workers that would be displaced by that. So these are all examples of, again, technology replacing human labor. Clearly benefits to this. Martin alluded to this. If you're a factory owner, and you've got robots putting the fenders on the assembly line of vehicles, you don't need to worry about pay raises, you don't need to worry about vacation. You can precisely tune those robots to do exactly what you want. On the other hand, some are saying that as we look down the road, and this is a very, very important issue, as you well know from North Carolina. I mean, I don't think it's an understatement to say that our textile apparel industry, in some sense our furniture industry, was decimated by world trade when the rules of the game were changed, which allowed those factories to move offshore to low-wage countries. We lost tremendous hundreds of thousands of jobs in those sectors. Many of our rural economies are still reeling from that. In fact, I'll be traveling to one later today. So you can look on an upside here and say, well, this will erode the advantage that low-wage countries have perhaps in the modern environment over some high-wage countries, and we may recover some jobs. But I think overall, most analysts, and I'll give you some numbers in a moment, will argue that technological unemployment or technology replacement of human labor has the possibility of decimating jobs in many, many areas, and we're talking about millions of jobs nationwide. Now, this is not a new issue. I think Martin talked about the Luddites. You probably remember the Luddites from your study of world history. This was in, I think, the 17th century in England. This is when the first industrial revolution was going on, and there were some what we would consider to be primitive machines that were beginning to appear in factories like apparel factories, and they were displacing workers, and so groups of workers would storm the factories at night, break in, and break up those machines. And I actually have heard some people talk about maybe reviving that today, although I don't think we're going to see that as a big possibility. On the upside, John Maynard Keynes, who did many things, and it's a very controversial figure, but he did many things in terms of the macroeconomy. He predicted in the 1930s, he actually coined the term technological unemployment. He predicted in the 1930s that technology would advance so much that the average workday for the average worker would be about 3 hours. And he saw this as a good thing because he saw people using their spare time to read the classics, to contemplate philosophical ideas, not sit in front of the TV and watch Jerry Springer. Nothing against Jerry Springer. So you can look at this in terms of some upsides. And it's not a new issue to North Carolina. We've had at least 2 phases, I would argue, of massive technological disruption in our state. 100 years ago, the first was really beginning, and that's when technology, exemplified by the tractor, came to the farm. You have to remember 100 years ago, 2/3, most of you wouldn't be here. We had this conference 100 years ago because you'd be on the farm. 2/3 of the workforce in North Carolina 100 years ago was on the farm. Well, the tractor began to come, and other technology we consider primitive now, but for those times advanced, came to the farm. And hundreds of thousands of farm workers in North Carolina were displaced. They moved off the farm. They moved into the cities. Now, fortunately, there was an upside to this. This was just at the time that the manufacturing sector was beginning. So we had many of those displaced farmers become factory workers, or their sons and daughters became factory workers. Incidentally, this had a massive impact on the educational system because it was discovered that if you were a factory worker, you needed, many of them needed to learn how to read and write, so the educational system really began to blossom then. And then we had, however, another phase of that began. Manufacturing employment in North Carolina peaked in the mid-70s, but this trend started before then. We had technology coming to the factory and displacing factory workers, and fortunately that was the time that the service sector was beginning to rise. So we certainly have experience with technology disrupting the workforce, at least 2 instances of this. Now, I think this has reemerged as an issue now, and Martin alluded to this, by the realization that our middle class has been shrinking as a percent of our economy. There was a report put out recently that showed nationwide now the middle class is now under 50% of households, and you can see on this slide how the middle class, of course you have to worry about how you define middle class, but you can see by a very conventional definition how the middle class has shrunk. And how do we blame that on technology? Well, traditionally many middle class jobs were jobs in areas like manufacturing, salespeople, construction people. My father worked all his career as a laborer in construction. And government jobs. And most of those sectors, most of those jobs paid a middle income wage, and they're really the backbone of our economy. Well, and many of those jobs, though, were routine jobs. Martin talked about this, where if you have anything that can now be programmed, whereas a job or a task that is done repeatedly over and over, that is ripe for being taken over by technology. And this started to happen decades ago in the factory, on the construction site, retailing, et cetera. So I think there has been a correlation between the growing ability of technology and machines to do the tasks that humans have done and the decline in the middle class. You might be looking at the slide and saying, what are the 2 other bars? Well, the other bars, the one on your right, no, on your left, represents what are called cognitive jobs, jobs that require a high level of decision-making, analysis of information in order to arrive at a decision. You can see the percentage of those jobs actually going up, question mark whether that'll continue. And then on the far right, as you're looking at that slide, would be primarily service jobs that are operated by humans or done by humans because the particular situations are not repetitive. They're very changing. Think of a home health aide in a assisted living house, and the questions there about whether they can be done by technology. So the technological unemployment, I think, has been and will continue to be related to changes in our income distribution, and particularly in the reduction of middle class jobs. Now, Martin's main point was that this replacement of humans doing tasks by technology is likely to not only continue, but actually to accelerate. In fact, some analysis has been done to suggest that the rate at which occupations are being disrupted, that is, some occupations are being totally decimated, others are rising, that the rate has doubled over the last recent decade. And some argue that that is going to maybe double or continue to increase again. Why? Well, because we have a whole host of new technologies that are going to be enhancing what machines, what robots can do. Things like artificial intelligence, virtualization, nanotechnology, the Internet of Everything and 3D technology. So the point here is that many think that we are on the cusp of a new surge of technology that will allow machines and robots, et cetera, to be able to expand into other areas, not just for those routine jobs, but for those cognitive jobs, and maybe for those service jobs. I use the example, I think Martin alluded to this, of paralegals. If you were a law firm traditionally, you would hire paralegals who were individuals who were not trained specifically of lawyers, but they had the ability, for example, to research cases, precedents, et cetera. So if you were a law partner in a firm and you had a case, you would assign your paralegals to go look at the precedents of this, go look at the case history of this, et cetera. Now, apparently, I've read, I actually have a niece who's in the law field, and she confirms this, that in many firms, that those tasks are now being taken over or being done by technology, by computer programs, where a lawyer can buy a computer program, install it, type in the case, type in the type of case, and program that computer to do all the background research. And therefore, you eliminate all those paralegals. So the concern now is that technology is going to go into other areas, many of those high-paying areas, and really expand across the board. In fact, one futurist recently said, the question is not what technology will do next. Instead, the question is what technology won't be able to do. So I think that is the concern. And I think that's, again, in the tradition of the Institute of Emerging Issues. That's why we're having this conference, to alert you and for you to begin to think about whether this will be a switch, a change that's coming down the road, and how can North Carolina prepare for it. Now, there were two economists, or there are two economists in the UK, Fry and Osborne, who probably done the most far-reaching research on technological unemployment. They published a paper a couple of years ago in which they methodically went through 700 occupational classifications. 700 occupational classifications. Now, granted, this is somewhat subjective, but what their purpose was to look at each occupation and try to ascertain the probability that that occupation would be taken over in some decade in the future by technology. What I did was take their results, take those probabilities, and apply them to North Carolina's occupational profile. And what Fry and Osborne found was for the entire U.S. economy, about 47% of the occupations that we have now had a very, very high probability, high being 70% or more, of not being around in coming decades. Now, I replicated their analysis for the nation, specifically for North Carolina, and I came to almost exactly the same result. I think it was around 49% for North Carolina. Now, again, these are subjective. There are many people who look at this and say, not going to happen. But again, I think one of the goals of IEI over the years has been to warn people, or at least to make aware to people, decision makers, of what might be coming. So this is very, very, I think, shocking. Now, not all, so I have all those occupations if you're interested. In fact, I have a new book coming out that lists them. But just to give you a flavor, certainly we're thinking about many jobs that would be rather low skill, like cashiers, construction workers, receptionists, retail sales workers. Those are occupations where, yes, we're looking at probably a very, very high rate of replacement by technology. In fact, we're already seeing that. But also we see that there are many currently high-paying occupations that, according to Fry and Osborne's methodology, are very susceptible. Occupations like accountants, human resource specialists, loan officers, market research analysis. So this is not something that will just affect people who are earning below the average wage. This is something that could affect many, many more people. And some really, really worry about what this will do to the workforce and whether there will be jobs created for people who are displaced by technology. In fact, a term has been created, precariats. It's a merger of proletariat and precarious. It was a sociologist who came up with this. This is a new term, a new classification, to indicate individuals who will be or have been replaced, their job has been replaced by technology, and they have no alternatives, no work alternatives. And so the concern is that we may have hundreds of thousands of these people, individuals in North Carolina. What are they going to do? How do we give them meaningful work, et cetera? Martin's ideas, for example, about a guaranteed income, that's where that comes into play. Now I've been rather pessimistic, but there are people who look at this work and say, economists and others who look at this work and say, come on, you individuals are being too pessimistic. We've been through this before. We've been through, and I've already cited you 2 examples, where massive technology infusion into the workforce, some occupations destroyed, but the answer's always been, we've created new occupations. And so many say that we will have history repeat itself, that rising income will create a demand for new spending on new products and services that'll expand some existing occupations and will create new ones. Now, obviously, big question is where will those sectors arise? And I have some ideas listed here: household management, organizational management, repair, maintenance of technology, global interaction, data management analysis. I think that'll be big. Agent assisted. I got my Medicare card now, so I'm interested in this. Social interaction, education, retraining, and interestingly, artisanship. I found this very, very interesting. Some people are saying that as we move to a world where everything is mass-produced cheaply, you get your furniture, you get your clothes, you even get your homes. Homes are an area where construction is an area where many think technology will come into play. There will arise a demand for different. I think of my wife when I think of this. My wife never goes by what's currently popular. She always wants different. And so many say that artisanship is going to be an area where there's going to be renewed interest. People will not want just the standard mass-produced dining room table. They will want something that's handcrafted for them. So anyway, these are some ideas where hopefully new employment, new occupations will arise. I do think, and I'm winding up here and I'm moving now more into the public policy aspects of this, I do think that we do need to start thinking about what the implications, if it occurs on a massive scale, that is technological unemployment, what are the implications of this for public policy? And obviously the first one and the foremost one is for education. I think we need to start thinking about, well, what if half of our occupations disappear over the next 40 years? What if, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll have new occupations arise? We need to have an educational system from K through 12, through community college, through four-year college and more, that is flexible, that can move very quickly, and perhaps downsize programs where there will not be as many graduates needed, and upsize and create new programs of training where there will be. Talk about a hard task, as one who has been in the academy for almost 40 years. A very, very hard task to move resources around. But I think it is something that we need to think about. I think we also need to think about the student of the future. We'll still have young students coming through, but we're likely going to have more people coming through who have already had a career. That career has been displaced by technology. They need to come back and to get new career training. So I think this is going to have profound effects, technological unemployment, on our educational system. I think it also means we need to think about how we assist people who become unemployed. The standard unemployment compensation system was built for a different era, where it was built for a situation where you'd have recessions, people would become unemployed. Let's say a factory worker would be laid off, then that factory worker would be brought back when the economy recovered. So you just need money to tide them over in the interim. Well, what if in the future most of the people who become unemployed are not unemployed because of a recession? They're unemployed because their occupation has been displaced by technology. That requires a different kind of assistance. We need to maybe think about vouchers for those individuals that will help assist them in getting retrained for a new occupation. Now, I think one of the things we can start to do right now is to track technological unemployment. We have data from various sources, annual data and some even more frequent, that tracks where the occupations are, where companies are hiring, where companies are not hiring, et cetera. I think we need a formal, institutionalized way to track that. I call it an early warning of occupational change, so that we can see the extent at which there is disruption occurring in our occupational mix, and hopefully where there are new occupations arising. That's something I think we can start to do right now. We can provide that information to our government agencies, to stakeholders, and importantly to our educational system. Half the battle, I think, in virtually anything is having some insight into what might be ahead. Technological unemployment, if it continues, if it accelerates, is something we're not going to be able to control. We're not going to become Luddites, but hopefully we can make plans to deal with it successfully, and hopefully North Carolina can be the first to really do that on a formal basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Martin, if I could have you join me. Okay, so we are now ready for our first Q&A. I've got a bunch of questions that have come in online. Those of you who want to ask your questions in person, 2 mics in either aisle, please go queue up behind those mics. Let me offer a few words of gentle suggestion. The mics are for questions, not speeches. So, if you could try to contain your question to 2 sentences, and then let us know which of the speakers you'd like to respond. You take your seat. That gives somebody else a chance to ask a question. I have a funny feeling this is going to work out perfectly, but I do have a plan B, which includes me coming down and grabbing my mic back from you. So let's see if we can work on plan A. All right, Mike, Martin, we've got a bunch of questions. Come on out here. I want to start with you, Mike. The very first question is a 2 + 2 sort of question. It says...
They liked my joke.
They liked your joke. If baby boomers are aging out of the workforce, then won't this all work itself out? Because the U.S. will be like Europe with a diminishing labor force, and technology will actually help us to remain competitive.
Right. Well, that's an excellent question, and you're absolutely right. Labor force growth has been slowing. My generation, the baby boomers, are retiring. Birth rate has gone down. So it looks like we will have fewer people coming into the labor force, at least the increase in the labor force. So in some sense, that dovetails very nicely with technological unemployment. The question is the relative rates. I mean, if we're talking about half the occupations going away over the next several decades, that's going to be many, many more jobs that are lost than we're, in some sense, gaining by the fact that a slower inflow is occurring. So it all depends on the relative size, and I think that's why setting up a system, a consistent system that tracks occupational change. Where's hiring going on? Where's hiring not going on? What's the relative size of various occupations? I think that'll be tremendous information that'll allow us to track this, and hopefully it won't be an issue, but I think it will be.
Terrific. Brave soul who's going to model plan A for the in-person Q&A. Go ahead.
This thing on? There we go.
Yep, there we go.
Morning. My question is for both speakers or either speaker. Are either of you familiar outside of this event with national political or policymakers and political leaders who are taking these issues seriously and actually willing to speak about in public things like a robot takeover or basic income guarantee? It doesn't seem like we're quite there yet on a political level in this country.
I don't know of too many examples of that in the United States. I can tell you that I was invited to go to the Netherlands a few months ago, and I talked to some people in one of the ministries there. So in Europe, in the political system, there is at least some interest in this. Here in the US, not so much. I heard that Bernie Sanders was asked about a guaranteed minimum income at one point, and he said it probably wasn't politically feasible, which I think is probably accurate as of now. So I don't think there's a lot of movement there within the political establishment.
Mike, I do believe that the World Economic Forum just recently held an entire meeting on this in Davos.
Right.
2 weeks ago?
Yes, I do think this is getting more play. I won't mention the candidate's name. I have heard one presidential candidate talk about this. Also, I participated in a forum that the Southern Governors Conference a couple months ago held in Missouri, where this was the major topic, and yes, the World Forum. So I do think this issue is beginning to become known and talked about, and hopefully will be talked about even more in the future.
Of course, that's not to say that North Carolina is not on the cutting edge. Let's be clear. Question from the other side of the room.
Right here. I was struck by the fact that neither speaker spoke about the issue of health care. This is 1/5 of our economy, rapid advances being made, and a large number of unmet need. Could someone comment on that?
If you look at Fry and Osborne's work, the healthcare sector, I think, is one where you don't see as high a probability of having occupational disruption, although some. And many think that technology is really going to swoop in. I'll be interested to hear Martin's ideas on this. Many think the healthcare sector is ripe for a lot of technological advances. But I do agree, as things stand now, you do need, I just went through some minor surgery, and I was happy to see around me, as I was on the operating table, about 6 or 7 individuals. I do think that is one where the human component is still very primary. I don't know if that will last to that extent in the future.
So we can either take another question, the final question, or Martin, if you wanted to speak to the healthcare, it's your choice. The pressure is on you.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, let me say this of healthcare. Generally, I agree with that. I think there are many jobs in healthcare, especially like nursing, for example, that really require a combination of skills that right now are just tremendously difficult to automate. I mean, that would be a science fiction robot to do what a nurse does. But the other side of that is that there's enormous potential there, and kind of the paradox is that healthcare is perhaps the one area where we would most like to see the disruption because it is becoming such a burden on our society. So hopefully we will see some advances that will really bring the productivity improvements to healthcare that we've seen in other areas like manufacturing.
Okay, we've had a bunch of questions that have come in either through the app or Twitter. We're actually going to take our speakers off stage and give them a chance to respond to some of those questions. So you will see those. Poor Mike is going, really? Nobody told me this. I just made it up. So you'll see responses to those questions. Those of you who wanted to ask questions in person, let me ask you to just go to the app and submit the questions. And so everybody will have a chance to see both the questions and answers. Let me now ask you to thank our 2 really amazing keynote speakers this morning.
Thank you.
If you came here wondering what this was all about, I think you got it now. Martin, thank you so much for being with us. Mike, always. So as we turn to the next section of our program, I do want to share with you just a little bit of information about what's going on in North Carolina. In many ways, building upon Mike's really good work, the Institute for Emerging Issues devised what we are calling the FutureWork Disruption Index. We took the good work that Mike had done on technological unemployment, and we layered on that disruptive changes in our demography to really see what was happening county by county across North Carolina. If you look in your program books on the page entitled The Case for the Forum, you'll see some really cool maps that show you what's going on across the state. Obviously, you can also find this in the app in the section also entitled The Case for the Forum. For those of you who want to be able to play with the interactivity of the map and go a little bit more deeper, you can do that outside. We've got a huge computer table sitting by the IEI booth. Go check out your county and be sure that when you leave here, you're ready to go home and really explain what all of this means for your next door neighbors. Just a few highlights coming out of the Disruption Index, if I might. As Micah said, in counties across the state, automation threatens large numbers of current jobs. Low-wage jobs particularly at risk, but I'm really glad that he took the time to say automation is reaching up the jobs ladder to threaten many job categories. We've got to pay attention to all of this. Note that the counties that are facing the highest percentage of job losses due to automation are Watauga, Carteret, Dare, Johnston, Buncombe, and Catawba. On average, as you look across North Carolina, our counties face the potential loss of more than 25% of current jobs and nearly 20% of current wages as a result. I really do hope you will take some time to play around with this disruption index. Let me be clear, it is not meant to offer answers. It is meant to provoke good questions. I hope more of the sorts of questions already provoked by our first two speakers. So if the FutureWork Disruption Index and our first two speakers have helped us to understand the scope of what we're facing, that it really is a challenge, and a challenge of significant proportion, we think it's also important to take some time to talk about the opportunities. Our next two speakers will help us better understand some creative ways that institutions right now, today, are using new technology platforms and working together in completely unbelievable ways of thinking just yesterday. And they're creating smart strategies for job growth and job creation. Really excited to have our good friend Devin Fiddler of the Institute for the Future, who will talk about what institutions can do to adapt to uncertain future. But first, before Devin, we'll hear from Robbie Allen, CEO of Automated Insights, who's going to give us a look at how emerging technologies can help create jobs. Folks, let's turn from crisis to opportunity and give these two gentlemen a big round of applause. Go make them happy.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. So I'm Robbie Allen, the CEO and founder of Automated Insights. We're actually based in downtown Durham, so a local company here. Today I'm excited to talk to you because this is just a phenomenal opportunity in human history. And oftentimes those can be scary, but then also there's a lot of things that we can do to reassure folks that things are going to happen over a period of time, and maybe we shouldn't necessarily get so scared about the future that in fact the future will be better. First, let me tell you a little bit about what my company does. We have a platform called Wordsmith. Wordsmith helps people automate the creation of content. Actually, Martin mentioned us earlier. This has been an interesting time because the types of things that we do have garnered a lot of press because there's a lot of concern about a software like what we have automating people out of jobs in the future. Wordsmith takes structured data and helps people automate content. You take data, you apply it to a narrative structure, and you can produce tens, hundreds, thousands, even millions of pieces of content. We work with lots of big name companies, and we've been at this over 5 years now. We're working with everyone from Comcast to Yahoo to the Associated Press. Lots of interesting implementations across the board. In fact, the rate at which the content we create is growing at such a sort of unpredictable fashion that I could have never thought 5 years ago that we would be the largest producer of high-quality content in the world. Now, it's maybe kind of a big statement that you weren't expecting from a CEO of a Durham startup, but it's actually the truth. Last year, we produced over 1.5 billion pieces of content for our customers. Now, similarly, the rate at which I do interviews talking about how much we're taking jobs has similarly increased. I'm not doing a billion of them yet. It feels like it at times, but it is growing. Year after year, more and more interviews about automated insights potentially taking jobs across a number of industries, everything from journalists to financial analysts and all different types of reporting. I knew early on that this technology was going to have a lot of attention I wrote a blog post in 2011 titled "The Future of Sports Journalism." Sports is kind of where we initially got started. The future of sports journalism is automated. I've written a bunch of blog posts, but that's the only one in my career where after 10 minutes, I was actually getting calls by a number of journalists wanting to talk about that statement. And so it's only continued to expand since then, as we did high-profile implementations for the likes of the Associated Press and others. Now, I'm happy to report that this graph is also true, and that's the number of jobs that, to our knowledge, have been lost as a result of an implementation of Wordsmith is still 0 today. So yet we're generating over 1.5 billion pieces of content a year, and again, that number is just going to continue to grow potentially at an exponential rate. I have a large number every week, interviews that I have to do with people wanting to know about what's our impact on the jobs and the overall economy, and yet to our knowledge, no one's actually lost a job due to our implementation. In fact, we're a little over 50-person company. We're a net creator of jobs. And so that's pretty good to know, as well as we're aware of several people that have been promoted after a successful implementation of Wordsmith. So overall, it's a very positive theme that we've seen to date. Now, I'm not here to say that it's the case that no one's going to lose a job due to technology, or that even with Wordsmith and the technology that Automated Insights creates, that no one will ever lose a job. But I think it's worth kind of taking a step back. Some of these themes you've already heard today. The 20th century was all about automating repetitive physical tasks, right? The assembly line really came to fruition. Manufacturing was optimized at a high rate. So if your job prior to that was doing something manually, repetitively, that was prime for being automated, and in fact it was to a great degree. The 21st century is going to be all about automating repetitive intellectual tasks. So again, that's in some ways you can view what Wordsmith does as automating repetitive intellectual tasks. And so if you're wanting to create an earnings report like the Associated Press did, they could cover 300 companies a quarter. Earnings reports are fairly repetitive in nature. There was some basic analysis that had to go into it, a little bit of analysis into what's going on with the company or the industry, but it was absolutely a repetitive intellectual task. We went in, partnered with the Associated Press, and now they're able to cover over 3,000 companies a quarter using our technology. Again, that was something that we were a little worried about early on. We heard a lot of people saying, well, once this goes live, you're going to be disrupting jobs, people are going to be losing jobs. In fact, I talked to around 20 different financial reporters, and they were all thrilled to know that we were automating earnings reports because if you've read many in your day, they're not the type of thing that people just love talking about what percentage a company's revenue went up or down. And that type of thing. And so these were not the things that journalists love getting out of bed every day to write about. And so we were able to automate that. And in some cases, maybe we automated 80% of the story and enabled the journalists to focus on the top 20% of the company analysis, the executive team, et cetera. And that was something that they were thrilled about because now they could go on and focus on things that require more creativity. Something that's not talked about enough, and I really think the future, and the future being, call it the next 50 years, is going to be much more of a humans plus software is making the world a better place. Not this notion that software, and if I had any critique of what I've heard so far, is that it's almost this black and white reality that we're going to face where software is going to come in and take away lots of jobs, and then those people are not going to be able to find new forms of employment. I think it's much more likely, and what we're seeing, and again, kind of our story, the 0 jobs lost to date, is that humans plus software is going to make a better world than just having software, just having humans. And so there's already lots of cases where this is happening to date. For example, my story where I talked about, we can work with somebody like the Associated Press. There's probably no greater stalwart in the media than the Associated Press. They've been around for over 100 years, working with us to help automate certain aspects of their business, not resulting in job loss, but resulting in greater coverage of local companies that typically don't get covered. Another sort of fun example is we work with Yahoo automating fantasy football recaps. We do millions of fantasy football recaps every single week that summarize why my team won and your team lost or vice versa. We asked a handful of sports journalists, would they be interested in writing 1 million fantasy football recaps every week, and no one was interested, surprisingly enough. So again, that's another example where we're creating a new service that wasn't possible before. It does require a human aspect. Again, there's people at Automated Insights that have to configure these systems. It's not a purely automated solution. And that's something to keep in mind, that in many cases, especially when you hear about artificial intelligence and machine learning, it's not that you just turn the machine on and it does all this stuff automatically. There's quite a bit of human configuration that has to go into it. So if you think about, if I wanted to leave with a couple of words of encouragement, if highly repetitive intellectual tasks will be automated, well, what should be the areas that we focus on? I have a 1-year-old and an 8-year-old son and daughter, and so I think about these same things. Well, at least with the state of the art of artificial intelligence today, systems are not able to reproduce the kind of creativity that humans are able to do today. Any amount of qualitative analysis is, again, something that computers are not well suited for. Computers are well suited for quantitative analysis. And so focusing on the things that really emphasize creativity and qualitative attributes is really going to be something that, I don't foresee technology, broaching or taking away jobs that require those in the near future. Again, if you look at the Associated Press example, we essentially automated the highly repetitive aspects of determining how much a company went up or down over the previous quarter, what are the things to talk about related to their numbers, but then they still have someone go in and provide color about what's going on with Google or Alphabet. What's the latest trends with Yahoo? How much longer are they going to make it? Those type of things that, again, emphasize things that are very difficult for computers to do on their own. The last point I'd make is that one job I can guarantee you is future-proof is that of an entrepreneur. And so, again, if there's anything that I push my kids for, and I think we need to do a better job in general, starting at a much earlier age, is really sort of emphasizing that the road of creating your own company is the pinnacle of creativity. And that'll be the type of thing, if you want to ensure that there's not an impact of jobs, focusing on company creation is a great way to do that. I love this Alan Kay quote, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. Whether I'm right about the rate at which technology is going to overtake jobs, or Martin or anyone else, I can guarantee you this, that if you're an entrepreneur, you have much more control over your destiny than just about any other occupation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Research Director of the Institute for the Future, Devin Fidler.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Great conversation so far. All right, see, this is the thing with automated systems. So my objective here is actually pretty simple. We've talked a lot about automation and jobs. I'm going to dive a bit more into automation and organizations, and actually kind of go back at jobs from that direction, maybe come up with a few more perspectives that may lend to this. So if there's a starting principle for a conversation like this, it could be something as simple as the observation that, that really technologies have been for a long time creating new ways of getting things done, right? And this actually lends a lot of conversation, or a lot of context to the jobs conversation as well, because if you look historically at where these jobs we're worried about came from, go back before industrialization. You have something like, say, an artisanal craft like blacksmithing. Here, one person was responsible for everything from, parts of, wheel hubs to horseshoes, all a single individual working as an artisan. As that got industrialized, as that got scaled up by people like Vanderbilt and Carnegie, the picture changed, right? You got something that looked a lot more like this, and you got the emergence of those jobs that we keep talking about, right? One way to think about this is in terms of what we've gained from this. So if you would go back before industrialization and look at the production of something as simple as a shirt, right? A shirt would actually take 7 hours of sewing manually, but weaving the cloth would also have to be done manually and would take about 72 hours. And even spinning the thread would have to be a manual process, right? That's 400 hours of work if you don't have any of the benefits of automation. This means that a shirt would be over 400 hours of labor, and if you charge that out at federal minimum wage, you'd be paying more than $3,000 for the shirt you're wearing, right? So automation has played into this jobs conversation in a really interesting way. This, though, has been the technology, and I'll posit for this conversation that we can think about this as a technology for organizing that process, right? This emerged, it isn't even that old. We think of organizational structures that we're familiar with as handed down from on high in some ways, but it's not actually that old. This is only 150, 200 years old. It emerged as a way to organize those industrial processes, right? You have these hierarchical structures. Each of those boxes are those jobs that we're talking about, right? But that wasn't intentional, right? If you go back and look at the intention behind it, the idea of jobs here, and really the idea of an emergence of middle class, of sort of middle management, is kind of a happy accident, right? We've had a lot of benefits from that, but it wasn't intentionally built into the system. If, though, we're going to say that this is a kind of technology, then it's worth looking at the ways that this technology is being disrupted. And I would argue, actually, that they're more impactful and shorter term than any of the conversations about machine learning or robotics overtaking jobs as we traditionally think of them. This is sort of our summation of a lot of what's happening on the periphery of this right now. So if you look at organizations that are starting to experiment with new models, kind of nibbling away at the edges of that old org chart structure, one thing they have in common is that they're largely algorithms themselves, right? The organizations, those org chart structures, are being slowly replaced with algorithmic systems. And this is something everyone in this room has encountered and is familiar with, actually. So if you're reading the paper and you run across companies like Uber or Groupon or Airbnb or Indiegogo or Kickstarter or any of these platforms, all of them have created a middle management tier that's essentially run out of software, right? They're all coordinating resources, managing resources using software. And it's not just physical resources that we're talking about. It's human resources as well. So when you hear about the gig economy or the kind of work in the sharing economy, it's the exact same principle, right? Companies like Upwork, Freelancer, TaskRabbit, which does the same thing in place, are all allowing people to go onto a digital system, find workers, anybody in the amount of time that I'm up on stage here today could actually do this, go online, find workers, employ them, get them working on something, and kind of continue the relationship from there. Now, the thing is, all of those companies, all of those sharing economy, gig economy companies, all have the same recipe at the core of them, right? They're all built on the same principle. If you're a venture capitalist right now, you're actually getting sick of people coming to you with the same recipe over and over, because they all are basically designed to activate, deactivate, and reconfigure resources to more fluidly get them to where they're needed when they're needed, right? You can think of Uber getting those vehicles where they're needed. You can think of Airbnb getting tenants and people with extra space to where they're needed. You can think of companies like Upwork actually getting freelance work to where it's needed when it's needed, right? This routing capability that's the core of the internet itself, really being applied to organizational structures. The thing that I really find fascinating about this is a pretty good description of what that org chart was designed for as well, right? That org chart was also designed as a way to coordinate resources, to get them to where they're needed, when they're needed. So if there's an example of a company that's sort of a great image of what this could look like, I would say it's, okay, pop forward, there we go. This one. So this is a company called PulsePoint. This is San Ramon, California based. It was actually created by the fire chief in the city. So the story is, he was sitting, having coffee, off duty, but still in uniform, a few years ago, and he heard one of his fire trucks approaching, coming closer and closer. He started to wonder, where are my guys going? The fire truck pulled up right in front of the coffee shop where he's sitting there. People jump off, dash into the convenience store next door, because just 15 feet away, but on the other side of a wall, there was somebody having a heart attack. And he realized he was the perfect person to respond to this, right? He teaches CPR, he's the chief of the fire department, he's in uniform, but he had no way of knowing, right? There was no coordination mechanism to let him know that he was needed 15 feet away. And that's why he created the Pulse Point app. I'll actually go ahead and play a video, if it works, of how it works. This is something that they created and does a great job of explaining it, I think. So if you have a cardiac event, you have about 3 to 5 minutes from this moment before serious damage can start to set in. So no matter how well funded a municipality is, it's hard to get somebody there that quickly, right? You can have a fire department and a paramedic on every corner. It's still tricky. So the question becomes, how do you find somebody who has that skill and converge them as quickly as possible? In a city that's outfitted with Pulse Point, the call goes out to 911 just like it would anywhere else. Fire department's dispatched, paramedics are dispatched, music swells. At the same time though, anyone within about 6 blocks who's CPR certified, you have to be CPR certified to use it, who has the application and who chooses to, is given a message, right? There's somewhere in 6 blocks somebody having a cardiac issue that you may be able to help with. You can converge on this problem. I haven't talked to him for a while. I haven't talked to him in about 9 months, but as of then, they never had more than 2 people in that radius and not had at least 1 private person respond, right? So the response rate actually is quite high for this. They're going to call it the Pulse, or the fire department app here. The reason it's called Pulse Point now is the applications have actually been increasing dramatically. So it was originally just CPR. Now as Pulse Point, it's used for search and rescue. It's used for disaster response. Their latest project is actually mapping where all of the electric defibrillators, the AED machines, are in big public buildings like this one, right? The thing I love about this video is not only does it illustrate this point beautifully about what software-defined organization looks like, it's also the most heartwarming introduction to a category of enterprise software you're ever going to see, right? Because I guarantee you that if you have an organization that has processes in place, somebody approaches you within the next couple of years and says, what's your process if something goes wrong, say on one of your machines? Places I've worked in the past, the process is typically a phone tree, right? You start calling, you try to find the people who know what they're doing, converge them on the issue. You rely on that organizational chart structure, right? The opportunity that this affords is the one to potentially go simply, pull up the software, have it identify who is best positioned to respond, ping them, find out who's actually, actually available, and converge them on the problem in real time, right? This is a principle that kind of competes with traditional organizations in some ways, right? Which brings us to the question of where is this headed? And this is where some of the experimental work we've been doing at the Institute comes in, some of the work that the gig economy or sharing economy platforms have been doing. How far can you extend this? One principle that we've found really helpful is the idea that jobs themselves, we've talked a lot about the impacts that technology has on jobs, and jobs themselves really do seem to be threatened by technology, right? But it's not so much always that they're being completely replaced as that they're being disaggregated, right? That they're being transformed into something that looks a little bit more like what we call human task routing, right? This idea that tasks can actually be routed to individuals in the right places at the right time, right? Again, activate, deactivate, and reconfigure resources to get them where they're needed, when they're needed. Which brings us to the sort of frontier of this space. So we've been doing some work that was written up recently in HBR around actually building software on top of these platforms, actually building software that can call on people on TaskRabbit, people on Upwork, people on Uber on an as-needed basis. So the way it works, we essentially will build out a workflow, build out a recipe, and it takes a while, right? This takes longer than it would take to just do the process in many cases. But we do a lot of research at the Institute. So let's say we need a literature review. It turns out a lit review is a pretty, kind of a pretty standardized process. We can go and break that task down into individual components that the software can then go onto the work platforms, onto platforms like Freelancer and Upwork, identify using machine learning, again, using machine learning as a way to increase employment in some ways, identify people who are really well suited, really well matched for that work. They'll get a message that basically says, I'm a digital system, but I think, you seem like you might be a really good fit for this. They'll be asked to do a test task, so they'll do a sort of 30-minute to an hour, kind of sample piece of work. If that works out, they'll be pulled into the system. So anytime the system needs somebody to, let's say, do a deep editorial review of something, it will know to go to Sarah, who's a great editorial, who has a great editorial eye. We've been actually surprised by the quality of people on some of these platforms. So the editor that the system prioritizes above all the others is actually an editor on a major business magazine. So she's on, she's in the masthead of the business magazine. She's also doing freelance work on the side. When it has software, it sometimes finds software computer science professors. It's got a computer science professor in Moscow who likes to work on sort of cutting edge projects, and it will go out and identify. What this suggests to us is that it may be that work is, kind of not on as steep a decline as it may seem, but jobs may well be, right? And that invites new questions. If you were to look at where this was headed, so we've spun out an organization called Rethinkery Labs that does nothing but this. It's basically software trying to take the frontiers of what's possible and prototype it, basically build working prototypes. Again, everything I've described is stuff that actually exists today. Where does this head? Well, one principle that's helpful here is the principle of self-driving organizations, right? As you have this increased ability to automate management processes, you're increasingly seeing even, big commercial players like Uber going out and identifying market opportunities in an automated way, finding the right people to, to staff that in an automated way, bringing them together to coordinate value in an automated way, and then realizing that value in an automated way, right? It's software structures that are doing a lot of the role of, of organizations as we're familiar with them. If you look at some of these platform labor, plays, one of the striking things is that, Uber has over 160,000 drivers in the United States, most of whom are not in regular contact with a human manager, right? If you're getting one of those vehicles, it becomes clear pretty quickly that the manager is the software, right? The manager, the middle management layer is this software application running on the phone. This is really interesting from our standpoint. It kind of implies that, that automation can pull in more work potentially than job structures have in the past. And we've actually gotten an example of something like this historically. So if you look at the financial markets, starting in the mid-90s, you saw the very first introduction of the kind of software we've been discussing today, right? This increasing automation in financial markets. What that's corresponded with, perfectly, is a dramatic increase in trading volume, right? As automated systems have taken over more of the advisory role and then increasingly more of the actual trading role, you've seen an increase in just churn on the markets, right? Now, in the case of markets, this is this is trading, just indicators of ownership. But if this is the physical economy, then the corollary is GDP, right? If you have software driving these institutional processes, driving more rides, driving the creation of more buildings, driving the, the hiring of more people in a, in a workflow way rather than a jobs way, then you would expect to see an increase in GDP. Now, the question from our standpoint is, what kind of jobs will these be, right? What kind of work is this if we're moving away from jobs as we traditionally think of them? And that brings us to the Workable Futures Initiative, which is what I work on at the Institute. Essentially, we've brought together a coalition of people, representatives from industry, leaders of the public sector space, leaders in the NGO space, to systematically think through how can we make this work, this new kind of work, livable, right? It took us a while to get the equation right with jobs and with industrialization. Can we avoid going back to the very beginning, back to the drawing board, and actually take some of the lessons that we learned in that process and apply it directly? Can we make these workable, right? So if I was going to sort of leave with a thought, it would be this. Digital technologies are critical, but it's worth remembering that we are working with institutional technologies as well, organizational technologies. And if we wanted to, for example, create the possibility of identifying opportunities to do things, combining those opportunities into, into realizable projects, finding people who are good matches to those projects, hiring them, managing them, releasing them, that's a question that isn't decades down the road. That isn't a long-term machine learning question. That isn't a long-term robotics question. That's something we can do now that could, increase work, potentially make the future more workable, a project that I hope everyone in this room will join us on. Thank you so much.
So I don't know about you, and whether you're a tech optimist or pessimist, or whether you're focused on jobs or skills, but my head is already starting to spin, and it's not quite 10 o'clock in the morning. How about you? Yes? So I'm going to offer a couple of promises, and you can hold me to this by the end of the day. If you're not yet feeling as though you might be drinking from a fire hose, just sit still long enough, you will be. Fortunately, you won't stay there. We've really tried to bring to you today speakers who come from very different perspectives. Their purpose is really to provoke your thought. But as I said earlier today, this is really about you and what you think. And so my second promise is you will have a chance to reflect individually on what all of this means, to try to refine your own perspective, certainly to begin to think really hard about responsive strategies. You'll also have a chance to do that collectively. And later on this morning, we'll have the first of 2 audience engagement processes where you'll be able to talk with people at your table and begin to develop some consensus about what is a really big, important step that we could take in North Carolina, not just to be one of the first states to have this conversation, but one of the first states to really do something about this conversation. And finally, as I alluded to this morning, we're going to spend our time thinking about these big steps based on some great work of our very brilliant working group. I love the group that Devin put together out in Palo Alto, but let me just tell you, they ain't got nothing on the group we put together in North Carolina. So our working group had their 10 strategies. Our forum ambassadors winnowed them down to 5. Your challenge is going to be to prioritize across those 5. I hope you'll take some time to look at the strategies throughout the morning so that you're really prepared to ask yourself individually what you think, to share that with the people at your table, and then finally, before the end of the day, to give us your collective sense of where the energy in this room might be. Now, I did say earlier that there are a couple of people and groups who have yet to get their shout out. And so I'd like to now ask the members of the National Advisory Board of the Institute for Emerging Issues to please stand and be recognized. There is nothing we do at IEI that could be done without these amazing leaders. I can't tell you what a gift it is to be able to pick up the phone and call either any one of them at any time of day and know that they will move heaven and earth to be sure that the work of IEI continues to prosper in this state. I just want to say, I am the luckiest girl with the best board ever. And I know that some of you may feel a little bit of jealousy. That's okay. The reason I'm bragging is so that you feel a little green. It's all good. I love you anyway. Now, some of you may be looking around the room and be asking yourself, wait a minute. There's this founding member of the board of the Institute for Emerging Issues, in fact, the founder of the organization, and nobody's asked me to do anything yet today, so he must not be in the room. I have a message I'd like to share with you.
I want to welcome each of you to the 31st Emerging Issues Forum. I am so sorry that I can't be with you this year, as I have been for 3 decades. And I know that there are many of you in this audience who have been to all 30 of our previous forums when we've been doing great work. Now this year you have a special topic, future work. What will that work be? What will the jobs be? How do you prepare for them and get them and hold them? Our young people in particular today want to know the answers to that. So I want to thank all of you for coming. The people who come to this forum are among the brightest people in our state and in our country. You're always coming up with new ideas, and you'll do it this time as you address this very important topic. So, thank you for coming. Thank you for all you do for North Carolina. And I want you to know I will be back with you soon as we work together to build this state and make it all that it can be, all that it should be, all that it must be.
Not a single person in this room who knows Governor Hunt would be surprised that when I saw him last week, he grabbed me by the elbow and he said, Anita, you better make sure those people answer the question about how my neighbors in Wilson County are going to be able to find jobs in this future of work. So, with that charge on the mind, it is now time to take our first break of the morning. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Once again, our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the Director of the Institute for Emerging Issues, Anita Brown Graham.
Welcome back from your break, everyone. You all must be feeling kind of nervous about this whole robot taking your job thing. You're being really compliant. We're excited to jump into this next segment of our program. We talked this morning about our challenges. We talked about some particular opportunities. I'm sitting at my table with County Commissioner Kitty Barnes from Catawba County. I know she wants to have a conversation about, okay, so how exactly, as a policymaker, do I think about creating jobs in my county? I suspect that's true for many of the policymakers in this room. So I'm pretty excited to now turn this program over to exactly that question. What will it take for us to capitalize on the opportunities to create and retain jobs, important jobs in our communities? The first speaker you'll hear from is Fidelity's Head of Human Resources, Bill Ackerman. I don't need to tell anybody in this room about the commitment that Fidelity has made to North Carolina, but I think it will be interesting for you to hear Bill's perspective on why and what it will take going into the future. He's going to let us in on the key question: as automation replaces some jobs, what human skills will be increasingly valuable? Bill will then introduce our next two speakers, one of whom is thinking about these issues on a global level, the other thinking about and doing them in a local community that many of our communities in North Carolina want to be. We like to learn from our competitors. It's called borrowing the best, and we're good at doing that in North Carolina. So without further ado, let me now introduce you to our first speaker from Fidelity. Bill, please join me on stage.
Good morning. So, reimagining talent and the associate experience, it can't be a solo flight. Figured I'd throw that in there last night, being I'm in North Carolina. I'm Bill Ackerman, and thanks for having me. You know, when titles go up in slides like that, what do they contain? A talk title, a name, a job function, and a company logo. So let me talk about the function of HR first. There are so many jokes about HR, I couldn't resist. It's easy to find them. So why did I put up this one? Because my kids watch The Office and think I'm Toby? Hopefully not. It turns out that even things as simple as what people wear to work can be a big differentiator for associates. Bigger picture, listening to employees and experimenting can help reimagine and deliver a great associate experience. I'll share some examples in a bit that are far more impactful than dress code. So that's me, a much better version of me. And I'm in a really cool role leading HR for Fidelity. So yeah, I'm an excited HR guy. Why is that? Changes in the environment make the people and talent equation incredibly fascinating. There's a big demand for strategic workforce planning, people analytics, and differentiation in the war for talent. Associates are constantly grateful for even small efforts at innovating the workspace. And I'm energized about reimagining both talent and the associate experience. And it's the single biggest job I have, managing a 45,000 person workforce at Fidelity. A little bit about Fidelity. You saw the logo. 25 million investors have relationships with Fidelity. That's about one out of every 4 American investors. And we're a market leader in many of our businesses. But we're also a major technology company. We've always recognized the power of technology to enhance the customer experience. And what's little known is that more than 1/4 of our workforce is in IT, to develop technologies to help people see and live through their finances in different ways. Fidelity in North Carolina, we've been here 15 years, have about 3,600 employees, and are positioned to grow more. We have many different roles and opportunities in North Carolina. Tech roles like cybersecurity, automating QA, big data analytics. We have major customer service and operating roles, including all of my HR operations are here in North Carolina. We have a state-of-the-art campus in Research Triangle Park, one that our employees love. And North Carolina is the home to our first innovation hub outside the Northeast, where we're constantly working on transformative business ideas. So I'm excited to be here. We have great associates in North Carolina and great prospects. There's a great skill set in North Carolina. We have companies, clients of ours, demanding experienced customer service and IT professionals, companies like SAS and Duke Energy. We work with great universities in the region: NC State, UNC Chapel Hill, Wilmington and Charlotte, North Carolina Central, and East Carolina. And we have outstanding partners in the community and government. And you guys have a great football team despite last night, and that's hard for a Patriots fan to say. So, let me talk about changes in the external environment. People want the Amazon experience. It's overplayed, but it's underrated. Or, I thought of another one, the hassle-free map. Think of life before Netflix, when something like this. Husband disagrees with the spouse on what movie to get. Goes to the store and picks 3 movies. Go home, and they disagree again. Watch one of them, forget to return all 3, and pay a late fee. That's called a hassle-free environment. No, it isn't. That's a hassle environment. And Netflix gets rid of that stuff. Be it Amazon or Netflix, customers are not comparing their experiences to other financial services companies. They're comparing it to their latest digital experience. So that's the first thing. Number 2, our customer base is changing. People no longer retire the way Bismarck described it when they couldn't work in the fields anymore. They want to partially retire or pick a hobby and live in there someday. Millennial customers want to be serviced in totally different ways. And more wealth is controlled by women, who today are totally underserved by the financial services industry. Oops. Third one is new entrants into the financial services industry. So we have robo-cops, robo-advisors, algorithm-based companies deciding how to diversify someone's portfolio, and we have Google, an imperialist potentially coming into the financial services lens. So what do we need to win in this environment? Well, Fidelity feels that we need both talent and technology. We focus on blending human interactions with technology interactions because, in fact, less than 1/4 of investors want to have a pure technology interaction. So we need people. We need people who are idea-driven, who are tech-savvy, and who have empathy for customer relationships. And we have to compete against more than financial services companies. We got to compete against cool startups, we got to compete against technology companies, and we got to compete against companies who are redefining themselves, like GE. The changing workforce, the old and the new. You see, financial services used to be built on money managers, service workers assisting customers with paper forms, analysts with small data, parentheses, spreadsheets, and people reviewing paper resumes. But all this is changing. Yes, we need money management talent, but we need a lot more. We need digital natives building digital interfaces for all of our interactions. People don't want paper. We don't need small data skill sets, we need big data skill sets. Why? To predict customer behaviors. And we need open and collaborative workspaces, something that I've been fascinated by since I took this role. So let's talk about reimagining the talent and associate experience. Let's talk about talent acquisition. Digital, mobile, social is totally changing the way people look for and companies source talent. Boring job descriptions, resumes, and traditional interviews are becoming extinct. Let's talk about how do you keep employees that you already have. They can see options. They can see peer ratings. They can go on Glassdoor. And labor markets are competitive. Let's take North Carolina. 6% of the workforce here is employed in IT jobs. Anything greater than 4% means it's really competitive. So we're thrilled we're here, but so is everybody else. And so we got to win the war for talent, partially by reimagining the associate experience. So let's make things even better. Why did I pick this slogan? We've been successful for 70 years. Most people, when they get a job offer from Fidelity, take it. So we have high job acceptance rates. We have high engagement scores and very low voluntary attrition. And we have good career growth and mobility. But digital disruption is requiring us to completely change how HR does things. Traditional benefits are no longer enough. Changes in customer expectations are forcing us to have a different skill set. And traditional workspaces are not nearly enough. And I was at the Hunt Library at NC State a few weeks ago. Totally amazing. A library without books, or at least books that you can't see. That's what students are experiencing when they come into our workforce. But we also have to worry about our culture carriers, our veterans. So how do we balance all these things? Well, our vision is to deliver the best customer experience in the financial services industry. And to do that, we have to make our associate experience the best in the industry, period. So yes, HR has to be innovative. I want to talk about a few things we're doing, quickly. A career center. We're going to pilot a career counseling center, just like universities have. We've learned from our college and university partners who help prepare their students for career choices. We have to do a better job to prepare our workers for creative career pathing and modernizing what they want to do. Number two, student loans. We have heard loud and clear that workers need help with their student loans. Yes, they want to save for their 401k and take advantage of attractive benefits offerings. So a few weeks ago, we began rolling out a new program, the first in the industry, to literally have a company pay the principal on the student's debt. 3 weeks later, we have 4,000 of our associates who have signed up for it. It's totally amazing, and it's all about paying down their loans. The other thing is I've consciously taken the word candidate for jobs out of our lingo, and I call it prospects. When we're looking for new customers, we talk about them as prospects. We're trying to attract new employees. They are prospective employees. The word candidate sounds too old school, and this is symbolic and powerful for recruiting. We've had to change our campaigns. We launched a non-traditional recruiting campaign here in North Carolina. We are hashtag cold-blooded are you. Because despite our great roots in technology, the fact that we spend billions in technology, and that 25% of our workers are in technology, we needed to increase awareness that Fidelity is a home for IT professionals, not just financial services. We've partnered with this firm called ReachHire, an organization that helps women get back into the workforce for those who have decided to take a career break. They go through a boot camp. They take a 6-month paid assignment, and it's a fantastic partnership to attract a critical talent pool, because especially in technology, where women hold less than 25% of the jobs. We had our first ReachHire class graduate in December, and we're gearing up for our next one. So looking to the future, consortiums like this are a reminder that we can't do it alone. There's no solo flights. We're working with the state to continue to produce a robust, highly skilled workforce. State officials are continuing to position North Carolina to attract great employers like us. We're working with nonprofits. 1 out of every 3 associates in North Carolina does community service, mostly in the educational and financial literacy space. We're working with universities to help with their curricula and with internships. We hired 1,000 people into our LEAP program, entry-level IT, last year. It's our biggest area in the world here in Carolina. So I want to thank you for this quick 10 minutes. I want to thank the state for recognizing Fidelity as one of the best places to work, healthy employer. Our associates are most proud of the Leader in Diversity Award. North Carolina is a great state and a great source of talent for us. We will continue to attract talent by having great job opportunities. We have to continue to develop the talent we already have in our facilities. North Carolina has supported our growth, and we're continuing to meet our commitments to that growth. We need this great ecosystem to be successful, and we hope to stay continuously involved with the Institute for Emerging Issues. Thank you very much. Now, I was told right before I walked on the stage I had to do an intro, so I'm going to read this, okay? It's my pleasure to introduce our next 2 speakers. In a little while, you'll hear from Kevin Johns, the Director of Economic Development for Austin, Texas, who will tell us about Austin's unique model of economic development. But first, here to talk about how institutions can work to bring about job growth by envisioning new kinds of community collaborations is Dambisa Moya. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. So I suspect my responsibility this morning is to actually provide a little bit more of a global snapshot. So I hope that's what you bargained for, because that's kind of what I think I was told to do. And also, I think I know what you've been talking about this morning, what you've listened to this morning. I also suspect that by the end of this afternoon, you will have realized that there's going to be a lot of overlap with the conversation. So hopefully my perspective will add to that conversation and that debate, and there's Q&A a little bit in a little bit, and so hopefully we'll be able to tease out how some of the global themes and how technology is impacting the debate at the global level is also going to impact things at the very local level. First of all, we're here talking about technology, and I just want to let you know, the technologists in the room, I'm going to disappoint you. I have no slides, and that's quite deliberate. I myself generally don't like being in an audience and receiving lots of slide input, so I decided I wasn't going to provide slides. But nevertheless, I'm hoping to provide you with essentially a snapshot of where I think the debate is at the global level on technology and jobs. And then at the end, try and address Anita's question, which is what should we be doing? What sort of things should we be thinking about, and where the sort of way forward is? To my mind, in order for us to really have a clear grasp of what is at stake, I think it's really important to set the debate of jobs in the context of demographics. Now, it might sound like I'm taking a bit of a step back, but if you will just permit me, in a few moments I will offer my perspective on specifically what we can do given the onslaught of the digital age and what the impact of technology might be on jobs. But before I get there, I think it's really important for us to understand that what we are dealing with, and by we I mean individual citizens, but also the global public policy debate and international community is dealing with, is very complicated now because of the shift in demographics around the world. To put it into context, in the 1960s, just 40 years ago, we had 3 billion people on the planet. In just 40 years, we now have close to 8 billion people, and according to the United Nations, we will have 11 billion people before the world's demographic population starts to taper off. And we're expected to continue to grow at this pace until about 2100. This is really important because demographers, both at the United Nations but in many other universities and academic institutions, estimate that what we are going through right now in terms of the speed of population growth is something that we have never seen in history or prehistory, and we will never see again once the world's population plateaus off. So it's a very, very unique situation. It's further complicated by the fact that 90%, that's 90% of the world's population lives in the emerging markets. In countries like India, the population is growing at about 1 million people a month, 1 million people a month, and we are adding about 60 million people, which is approximately 1 Germany, to the world's population every single year. In the emerging markets also, which is where I'm from, 70% of the population is under the age of 25. In countries like Uganda, 50% of the population is under the age of 15. It's absolutely essential that we create jobs and opportunities so that these children and young people are not distracted and taken into radicalized terrorism or find themselves out of employment. This is an urgent issue because not only has the debate been complicated by technology, which I'll get to in a minute, but also we're struggling to create economic growth. And if we miss out on the opportunity to create economic growth and to make sure people see human progress and see opportunities for themselves, in just 10 years, we will have 25-year-olds as well as 35-year-olds, and this is already happening in the emerging markets, all of them unemployed. According to the International Labour Organization, about 100 million children or youth between the ages of 18 and 25 are unemployed. In the United Kingdom, approximately 1 million children, or what they call NEETs, no education, employment, or training. That's in the United Kingdom, a population of about 50 to 60 million people. This is a real issue, and it is becoming much more complicated. Now, I just want to make sure I'm not depressing you, because I do think that there's scope for improvement here. I should have said. But I think it's really important that we get the debate right, and one of the things that I've been really focused on is making sure we don't get so trapped in ideology and ideological differences that we don't really understand how we're going to create economic growth and actually put a dent in poverty. Now, why do demographics matter? In fact, if you really look back in history, Keynes in the 1940s, John Maynard Keynes, the economist, he predicted that we were going to be in a situation like this. The 40-hour work week would dissipate because technologies and automation would actually make productivity much more efficient. But in order for us to really understand why we care about demographics and the labor markets and job creation, I just want to frame it a little bit more for you in the context of global growth. As economists, we tend to take a very, very simple model, and we argue that there are 3 key drivers of economic growth. Capital, which is basically how much money do you have. Labor, which is the quality and the quantity of labor that you have in your population, and then productivity. Now, I want to just say something about productivity. We tend not to focus on productivity. If you open the newspaper or switch on television, most commentators will talk about debts and deficits. Oh my gosh, look how much debt we have in the United States, or how much big the deficits are in Europe. That tends to be a lot of what you hear about. And you also hear about the labor markets, which is why we're here talking about the impact and concerns around what the shifts are occurring in the labor market. But we very rarely hear people talk about productivity. And yet, the answer to why technology is becoming problematic, it's not just about the labor markets, it's also about productivity. And I will also go a step further to tell you that productivity explains 60%, so more than half of why one country grows and another one doesn't is because of productivity. And yet we barely talk about it. I'll also let you know, and today I'm going to sound like the Grim Reaper, but the other problem is that productivity globally has been on the decline since 2003. A lot of it as an artifact of technology. But let's go back to this issue of jobs. So let's forget about capital and labor, capital and productivity, because I think that we don't have the time and the bandwidth to discuss it here, but they are nevertheless very important. But I want to drill down on the labor markets, because in order for us to come up with a solution for how and why technology is an important piece of the jobs discussion, we need to figure out what exactly is going on in the labor markets. Now, I split the labor markets into two. I said quality and quantity, and I think it's worth bearing that in mind. I already mentioned to you a moment ago that in the emerging markets, where 90% of the world's population lives, we have a quantity issue in terms of we've got a lot of people, but we have seen over the last several decades an improvement in the quality of the number of children who are actually getting educated and the quality of the education that they're receiving. If you look at the developed markets, the issues are quite different. And this is part one of why the agenda around technology and jobs is becoming complicated. In Western countries like the United States and across Europe, the issue is really about aging populations, and it's about the deterioration of labor markets. By that, I mean the quality of the labor markets, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. Whereas, if you think about the emerging markets, we have a lot of people, and now we're starting to see the benefits of improved education, but because of the slowing growth environment, this is now becoming a problem. Let me pause for a minute to just give you some statistics about the labor market estimates that come from the OECD, but also from the US government on performance in labor markets in the US. I won't bore you with the quantity of labor and the issues around retirement and aging population. I know you're very familiar with that, so I won't spend time on that, but I think it's important for us to talk about the quality of the labor that we are generating. According to the OECD, this is the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, of which the United States is a member, they estimated 2 years ago that in the history of the United States, since 1776, this is the first generation, now that the generation that exists today, is the first generation that has got lower academic and education achievements than the preceding generation. Think about that for a minute. In over the 300 years that the United States has existed, every generation that has gone ahead of its parents has done better than the parents. But this generation, in terms of skills and education, is doing worse. I mean, that, to me, is incredibly damning. Now, you might say, well, you're just throwing out statements without evidence. I urge you to go and look at the OECD PISA statistics, P-I-S-A, especially if you have children. You must go and look at this. This is a survey that they do every 3 years. They test 9-year-olds and 14-year-olds in mathematics, in reading, and in science. And about 10, 15 years ago, the United States was the #1 performance in terms of performance, and we've now steadily see that now come down to around number 28, 29. So if we're going to solve the problem of technology and the impact of technology on jobs, we have got to figure out how to improve the academic and education standards in this country. Now, before you throw tomatoes at me and tell me you want me to leave because I'm giving you bad news, and it's a Monday morning, who wants to hear bad news on a Monday, especially since North Carolina did not do well yesterday. I know everybody's talking about it, I'm sorry. But this is really the crux of the matter. How are we going to solve it? Was it North Carolina? The Pacers, right? Is that what they're called? Not the Pacers. Panthers, I watched them. I did watch them, actually. Believe it or not, I did. Anyway, the point that we need to take is that if we're going to try and solve the technology issue, we still have to deal with a lot of the structural issues underlying these economies. And by that, we do have to focus on trying to address the education rot that is occurring here. Now, let's put aside the issues around the labor markets and let's come to the question specifically around technology. And I'd like to say that in my experience, I have been tainted by my academic background. And in a minute, I'll explain why that's the case. I mean, it's largely been driven by the fact that if you are raised in a particular way, in a particular academic study, you tend to think of the world and frame issues specifically by the way you were raised and how you were academically trained. As an economist, I have tended to look at the issue and the questions around job growth and technology through the lens of an economist. What I recently found out over the last sort of 18 months is that that is an erroneous and actually a mistaken way to think about what the role of technology is. Let me actually push this idea a bit further. I would argue that there are currently at least 3 conversations going on around jobs and technology, and the 3 of them are actually not communicating with each other. So coming back to Anita's question, what do I think we need to do? I think the first thing is that we need to have some way of having a common conversation about different perspectives. Let me get into this a bit more. I would argue that the first conversation that's going on is from the perspective of public policy. When I spend time with public policymakers, teachers, people who work in government, presidents, but also ministers of education, the general sense about the role of technology in jobs is incredibly negative. Now, please understand, they do understand that technology has been transformational in terms of how we communicate. It's been transformational in terms of healthcare and education. But on balance, and specifically in regards to the question of jobs, there is a tendency, and it's laced with this issue, that technology will take over jobs and people will be out of work. There's a reason for that, because the history has shown us that that's actually the case. In the 1900s in the United States, about 60% of the workforce was involved in agriculture, early 1900s. Think about that. 60% of Americans were involved in some form of agriculture, in supplying to agriculture or actually working on the farm. In 100 years, what we saw was transformational. The advent of technology, of course, after World War II, we started to see manufacturing, and we started to see people move off of the land and into manufacturing and then eventually into services. Today, less than 3% of Americans work in agriculture. So that technology shift has been quite monumental in terms of moving people off of work. When I spend time at conferences or in debates around what the role of technology is on jobs, people now, particularly academics, tend to point to a paper that came out 2 years ago by 2 academics at Oxford St. Martin's School, who estimated that in the United States, in the next 20 years, approximately 47% of jobs will be eroded or be gone because of automation. I stress this because the tone and the discussion around what technology can do for us is incredibly negative if you happen to be in public policy. The second lot of conversation is really around business. Aside from being an academic and spending a lot of time writing on these issues and global development and economic growth, one of the things that I also do is I spend my time on a number of corporate boards. And I will tell you that consistently, if you're in a boardroom, the conversation is basically, and I'm being a bit pejorative here, is basically how technology is going to increase revenues, because guess what? I can produce an app and sell my clients my goods much faster, possibly even much cheaper. Or it's about how I can actually cut costs, so the expense line. So as we know, profit is basically revenue minus expenses. Most boardrooms think this is a fantastic opportunity. Technology will be an amazing opportunity for us to increase our bottom line. By that, I mean, as I said, revenues go up because more people buy my stuff. They can get it more easily. But also, expenses go down because I don't have to have, I can replace routinized work in the workforce. Now, I actually think that's quite a narrow way of thinking of things. I mean, many of you will be aware of Henry Ford's view that basically we need people to have jobs, good paying jobs, so that they buy our products, right? I mean, if we're sort of brutal and sort of capitalistic about it, that's essentially what you need. You cannot afford as a business to take the view that it's okay to have no employees, because ultimately you need people to buy this, buy your goods. And so the conversation is slowly changing, and I know that there'll be discussion later, but also there has been discussion already about this evolving role of the private sector. They no longer can sit back and take a view that they are going to be quite narrow and really only care about shareholders. Their responsibility is now wider, to a broader stakeholder responsibility, and there's much more of a discussion about how that's important for the debate. Am I optimistic about this? It's going to take a lot of work, because the guys on Wall Street look around and they say what companies actually able to make better returns, i.e. lower costs, higher revenues, and they're very focused on a very narrow lens. But remember that governments are putting pressure, regulatory pressure on businesses to do more, but also companies themselves are saying we need to do something better. So, but you can already see here that there's a tension between public sector, the negative sense and about technology, and the private sector and the positive sense, which are both moving in different directions. The third group is the technology sector itself. Now, I've been quite baffled. I've been spending a bit more time in Silicon Valley, and when I first went to Silicon Valley to have this discussion about what the technology impact on jobs was, I went with my frame as an economist and as somebody who spent a lot of time working in public policy. And I said, oh my gosh, you know, this technology thing is going to destroy jobs. And the people in Silicon Valley thought I was crazy. They were like, what are you talking about? And their view is completely different. They think technology is going to be transformative, and just because we cannot see what is coming around the corner does not mean that nothing is coming around the corner. And in fact, if you think about other areas, whether it is technology, and we've had the Luddites, we've had the Wobblies, we've had other groups of people worried about what the impact of technology is, we've always been bailed out. So it is true that we could be a bit too negative about what the impact of jobs on jobs is. And this, to me, is once again pulling, because there's a pull in these different directions, evidence that there needs to be much more of a common core, a common discussion around what the impact of technology might be, and how, as economists and business people and public policy people, people interested in the fate of the economy, we should be coming together a little bit more. I was told I was going to have a clock somewhere to tell me how long I've spoken for, but I don't see one. Where here, I don't see it. It's at the bottom? Oh, right, this little one right here. Okay, so I've got 6 minutes if I'm not mistaken. Okay, great. So my parents would have by now told me to shut it, but 6 minutes is plenty. So what I wanted to just do, I'm going to give you a little quiz, actually, make sure you guys are awake. And maybe you've already heard these estimates, so pardon me if you have. And this pertains to how governments are reacting. Because remember, we're in a very weird place. And I should have also mentioned to you, before I give you a little quiz, that the problem with the global growth question right now, and this is another reason why this jobs debate is becoming such a problem, is that global growth has slowed. And the estimates now going forward are that global growth will continue to be incredibly low. According to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, they stated in a document in 2014 that the world will never again see the rates of growth that we saw before 2007 ever again in the future. Now, how they can see that far is beyond me, but I think nevertheless, they are a venerable organization. And for them to say that the drivers of economic growth, the capital, labor, and productivity that we saw in 2007 that had us at double-digit growth rates will never occur again is an incredibly damning statement. Now, this global growth thing is very woolly. What am I talking about? If nothing else, just remember the number 7. 7%. That is the minimum rate of growth that we need to grow at in order to double per capita incomes in one generation. Today, China is growing at 6.8, lower than the 7% growth rate. Even with our, some people have a lot of skepticism around China's numbers, but still they're putting 6.8, which is below the 7%. Countries like South Africa and Russia are growing at around 1.2, 1.3. Remember, these are where the largest pockets of the world's populations are, and they're growing at a 1%, 2% growth rates. Places like Brazil are in recession. So we have a situation where global growth and the global growth picture is becoming increasingly complicated. As a response to that, Aside from the fact that governments are now becoming much more concerned about jobs and technology, governments are becoming much more involved in providing jobs. Some of you may be familiar that Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, made a statement about a year ago about how she's concerned with this idea of 7-25-50. Does anybody know what I'm talking about in here? No? 7-25-50? Europe is 7% of the world's population. It represents 25% of world growth and is 50% of welfare payments globally. If you add the United States to that number, the two of them, Europe and the United States, are about 12% of the world's population. They represent 50% of world GDP and nearly 90%, 90% of welfare payments around the world. Now, that is the tension that we're trying to get at, because 90% of the world's population are living in the most desperately poor places on the planet, in the emerging markets, and yet 90% of the welfare payments that are being made on this planet are being made to developed countries. So that issue is becoming a problem. Government's reaction to the jobs problem is that they're tending to become bigger. Quite antithetical to the Ronald Reagan idea and also the Washington Consensus idea of the need for less government, less civil service, and much more private enterprise. Just to give you an example, and I don't have this slide, I wish I had brought this, but if anybody's interested, drop me a line, I can get it to you. The top 10 employers in the world today, 7 of them are governments. Does anybody have any idea who the biggest or the largest employer in the world is? Any guess? I hear some whispering. The US government, the US Army, the military services is the largest employer in the world. Number 2, I'm not going to go through the whole list, so don't worry. Number 2, Chinese military services. We're talking about around 2 to 3 million people between the US and China in terms of the number of people. Number 3, this is the first time we see a private sector company, and that is Walmart. It has about 1.2 million employees. I was actually in Arkansas on Thursday. I went to Little Rock to visit. I had not quite appreciated that actually Walmart's headquarters are in Arkansas. Walmart has approximately 1.2 million employees globally. Does anybody know what the biggest competitor to Walmart is? Good guess, not quite. Amazon, absolutely, we're talking about technology. Amazon, how many employees does Amazon have? About 85,000, and going down, because obviously they're into drones, so a lot of the logistics, they're now going to reduce on that. Those are the tensions that we need to think about and are becoming incredibly real. So I suspect, I have 1 minute and 22 seconds. I would wrap up by just saying, you'll probably leave here and say, well, that might have been all very well and interesting. It seems a bit negative to me. That was not my design. The design was to really show you that this debate is much more complicated than anyone standing up here and saying, oh my God, we're going to be attacked by robots and therefore we need to ban AI investments, or on the other hand, do the technology thing and say technology is going to save the world. I think the debate deserves a much more sensible platform, and how we actually get to that. I'm really not a big bureaucrat, so I don't really like layers and layers of conversations and paper, but I do think that this is an example of a place and a time when the world needs to come together at both a global and a local level to really think about how these things will become distortionary and cause a lot of problems in the world economy to come, with artifacts of unemployment and subsequently real challenges on global growth. So I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the Q&A in a few minutes. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I hate to follow you. Good morning. This doesn't look like a clicker, but I will figure it out. This is such a huge audience. I wonder what you all do. When my son was 3 years old and he wouldn't sleep at night, I'd come in and I'd go, Justin, I'd like to talk to you about economic policy and city planning. And he, of course, would immediately go to sleep. So let me test something out on you. If you'll think of one of these three psychological constructs, either a pyramid, a cube, or a sphere. This will help me. I don't know if it'll help you, but so the pyramids, raise your hand, please. Those people are brilliant, and they're really high energy, and they want you to get right to the point. How about the cubes? Geniuses, they love all of the angles, and they want you to build a foundation and organize it in such a way that you come to a rational conclusion. And the spheres? Spheres are incredibly cool. They love puppies, and they love to surf. And so you can't lose with them. I think you've heard the global perspective of some of the challenges that we face, and you've heard the national perspective and the state perspective. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to give you a little background on Austin's approach, our strategic economic plan, and some of the ideas that we think are critical to our future to address the diversification of the economy. And even though I think you all know that we have this wonderful, glittering prosperity, our economy is incredible, but also in the shadows there's a lot of poverty. So we're very aware of the fact that there's two things that make a community great and prosperous. There's the quality built environment, and then there's the creative workforces. And when you have those, whatever kind of government, whether it's city, county, state, federal, then you're strong, you're growing, things are happening. But if either one of those starts to collapse, if you have rapid growth and you don't know how to organize the economics of it, if you do sprawl 7 times more expensive, if you make poor decisions, horrible, then you end up with big white elephants. On the creative side, if your creative economy is growing, then you do fantastic. But as poverty grows, you have to subsidize it. And the larger the poverty population, the greater the demands on the economy, and the less of a return you have in terms of your ROI. So what I'm going to talk to you about is our solutions and how we're measuring our ROI. Let me start by saying that, as you know, you picked up from Domisa, there's 2 billion people move into cities. And so what does that mean? It means that our cities, whether we want to or not, are going to be the cradle for all the growth and how we solve all our problems. So we have to figure the economics of that out and make it work smartly. So in the strategic plan that we've put together, we address both of these elements. And I'm going to talk primarily about the Einstein project, which I think you'll be interested as a big part of our solution. But I'd like to be able to walk you through also just a little bit about the way Austin has diversified its economy and how we feel that that will make us insulated from the next recession. So I'm going to look again. This doesn't seem to be it, but if someone can help me advance the slides, that'd be appreciated. So this is the pillars of our economy in Austin and the Economic Development Department. We want to create prosperity for all individuals, for all businesses and entrepreneurs, and of course for the neighborhoods and communities. And then together, by doing that, we become a really robust economy that's smart and creative. So if you can advance it once more, please. So Austin's Economic Development Department, this is our portfolio. It's very interesting. There's only one other place in North America that's structured like our Economic Development Department. That's Toronto, where it's a fusion of all the creatives and all the traditional economic development. The reason that's important is because usually the creatives are very liberal and don't have a business sense to some degree. And the traditional economic development, they're very traditional. And so we've been able to fuse the two together. This has been incredibly effective. We did a snapshot of the Austin economy before and after the recession. And where the rest of the economy was beginning to collapse or flatten out, the creative economy grew 25% to $4.3 billion, 49,000 jobs, and $71 million worth of new taxes. So that's what kept us to be the top economy in America. So we felt it's very valuable and very important to nurture that. As you know, the recessions hit there've been 12 since World War II. And so they come every 3, 5, and 9 years. Last one's over in 2010. You do the math. So we're in a hurry to develop systems that protect what we're doing. The first area is our global business division, and just a few things about each one of these. The Einstein Project is based upon, we're very good at economic incentives. We've incentivized Apple, as you know, to build that huge campus there, eBay, Facebook, Samsung, all of these really neat high-tech companies have come there. Well, the incentive system is very transparent. It is won 100% transparency by a watchdog called Incentives First, USA. Anyway, our incentives return on investment for the city of Austin is about 238%. So you know what you get in a bank. So after we paid for the police department, after we paid for the fire department and the libraries, our incentives are giving us a 238% profit. So what we've done is we've gone, okay, well, you know, then why don't we use that to get people out of poverty? Since that's a drag on the economy. If we get all these people out of poverty by incentivizing our high-tech companies to help us, what is the bang for the buck there? So I'll talk about that in a minute. But we also have, in that unit, we fund all 5 chambers of commerce, all of the workforce organizations, all of our partnerships with the universities. We put together our strategic economic plan internationally, and it won the world's top award. We feel it's very, very important to get a piece of the trade. Texas has $200 billion worth of trade. We only get $10 billion. We want to increase it 1-2% a year. We'd like to get those extra $1 billion of trade. And so we're using the diaspora of the city. We use our cultural diversity as an economic strength. So we have about 20 or 30 different diaspora, and we empower those business people who speak the languages and know the policies of the other countries to lead from the Asian chamber and the Black chamber and the Hispanic chamber to draw in business to us. Science City Network. We have, any fans from history? A few. Well, we have taken something, a 13th century concept called the Hanseatic League, and we have put together 11 trade cities that are like Austin around the world, and we've developed a creed to partner with them to get access to 175,000 high-tech parks. If you can imagine research triangle parks all over the world, and we're connected to them. And so that really helps us to create our small companies become multinational faster, and theirs then become invested in Austin as well. This second area, cultural arts, we're very proud of that. We fund 280 cultural arts organizations every year. And we do that by using hotel occupancy taxes, but we also train all the arts organizations how to do cultural tourism and also how to run businesses, so that they're able to aid us in collecting more dollars. We're embedding them throughout the city in our areas that are being revitalized to make them more culturally attractive. Small business. Small business is our largest division. We've got 34,000 small businesses. We've got 18,000 that we contact on a regular basis. We've set up a family business loan program to help them get access to capital. We give them 1.5% loans. For every $35,000 that they borrow, they have to create a job, and half of those jobs have to be for disadvantaged people within their community, so it's a job-creating program. And we partner with local banks and credit unions, and it's working out great. That division also has won the Harvard Ash Government Award as the best in the United States for connecting small businesses to money. There's some other items to it that are pretty interesting. In the redevelopment division, we have a portfolio of about $9 billion worth of redevelopment projects. You know, when I started off talking about how you have to have the physical quality growth of a city as well as the creative economy, Whenever a city gets into this hyper growth like we're doing, or remember when Atlanta did it and for 10 years was the fastest growing city in America, and different communities do that. Well, how do you calculate the return on investment? How do you eliminate the economic blind side of your projects before you invest billions in them? Well, we designed the Envision Tomorrow software. We've created a software that is connected to the university's supercomputers. And so before we put billions of dollars into a future urban rail system, we'll wrap the real estate around it, maybe a mile green area of bicycle trails to capture how many people, and then we'll run the numbers. How much taxes will it generate? How many jobs will it generate? What will it do to the family disposable income? And we can do this on giant 3D 40-foot television screens at the university and invite the citizens to participate in it. So we're developing a way that as we grow, we prevent ourselves from making billion-dollar mistakes. And this unit of redevelopment does that. We're also, for one of our major projects, the Miller development is the old airport that we've converted into a new giant urban village. That just won the American Planning Association Secretary's Award a few months ago as the best economic development project in America. And other things, excuse me, but they're doing a great job. And then last, music. How cool is it that you have a music division? We did a survey, a census of all the musicians, and we found out most of them are poor. And so we're trying to help them get royalties, and we're helping them trying to get housing, and we're helping them try and grow within the economy on a global basis. So we've set up an alliance of music cities. We're setting up partnerships to create a way for them to collect their royalties. You know, you go to BMI or you go to ASCAP, you go to these different organizations where they take 15 to 20% cut, and that they're finding it difficult to tackle how do you actually get your money back even if you've got royalties. The point of all of this is that when you have poverty and it's a drag on your economy, you have to figure out how do you eliminate it and what kind of money do you save. So we have calculated how many of the hard-to-employ people and how do we get them jobs? How many of the musicians and artists are poor? Because they're so important to protecting us in a rounded, complete economy during the recession. We want to make sure we don't price them out of the market. For all of the kids, what we think might be as many as 40,000 children in poverty, how do you deal with that? How do you prevent them from going into a next generation of poverty? So if we can go to the next slide, I'll walk you through, I think, pretty quickly here. These are our goals. Some of the solutions, we've been putting together an inland port strategy in advance of the opening of the Panama Canal for some years now. The NAFTA corridor runs through Austin, and so we've taken 3,500 acres of industrial land that sits astride the NAFTA corridor, and we've given it a triple free port, and we have organized our Opportunity Austin strategy to recruit distribution companies. Trade will double as it comes through the Panama Canal, so cities that have inland ports, they get double the trade, right? And for every Walmart distribution center or Costco distribution center, you get 1,000 hard-to-employ people working there as forklift operators making $45,000, $50,000 a year with benefits. So it's a real boon to the economy. Cultural diversity, one of the things that I think is very important about Austin is that I think 22% of our entrepreneurs are immigrants. And so we're very proud of the fact that we use cultural diversity as a way to grow the community economically, not only locally but internationally. I think go to the next slide, please. So this is kind of the hardcore part of it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you mostly about the Einstein project, if you don't mind. So we've calculated that there's about 40,000 kids in poverty in Austin, a whole generation of kids that if they stay in poverty for the next 50 years, We're going to have to build affordable housing for 40,000 people once they become adults. We're going to have to provide daycare, food stamps, more criminal justice facilities, more police facilities. We've roughly calculated that if we eliminate a generation of kids from poverty, 40,000, that we would save about $50,000 a year over every year they work. I use my own 18 to 68, 50 years. So when we ran the numbers, the return on investment was off the charts. It ended up being an equation. It ended up being 1E plus 11, 11 being the zeros. And so we knew that the return on investment, if we could do this, would be really great. There were great challenges to do poverty elimination earlier. Everybody knows about the Johnson-era war on poverty, which was very successful, but they didn't measure the outcomes monetarily, so people gave up. The GI Bill, great outcomes. They don't measure the return on investment monetarily. So we thought, okay, we're the top economic development department in the country. We've got an incentive system that generates 238% return on investment. Let's incentivize all of the companies in Austin, including all our high-tech companies, to tutor these kids for 10 years, put them under contract for 10 years, only for jobs that pay $100,000 or more, or how to set up their own companies. And if these 40,000 kids can be tutored for 10 years by the smartest people in Austin, we think we can graduate them into being a whole generation of Einsteins. So we've hired the University of Texas's Ray Marshall Center. Ray Marshall was the Secretary of Labor under Jimmy Carter. And we are measuring both the pathway of these kids. Now there are 40,000 kids. Some of them are 1-year-old, some of them are 10-year-old. So it's about 2,300 kids a year. So it's a very doable project if you break it down. But we've got a team of Google, IBM, National Instruments. So the companies are all starting to get engaged. And by March, we'll be incentivizing, and we hope will be the first 20 companies. 1 or 2 of the companies have said, we'll train at least 1,000 kids a year, 10,000 kids, over a 10-year period in our area of expertise. But if they drop out, then maybe you can switch them over to IBM or you can switch them over to others. But we feel like that this intervention on economic development to remove a whole generation of kids from poverty will have create a permanent improvement in the economy of Austin. I was making a presentation to a group at the National Chamber in Washington about the Envision Tomorrow tool. Instead, we talked about the Einstein Project. And one of them asked, how many kids are in poverty in the United States? And it's 15 million kids. What happens if they're not in poverty? What if the businesses were incentivized to tutor them? What would that do to the economy? Well, in fact, it would eliminate the national debt over 50 years. It would transcend the way that we do business. You can't cut your way out of economic growth. You can't tax your way out of economic growth. But what if you find this huge, difficult drag on the economy and you transform all these kids into an asset, a whole generation of Einsteins? So anyway, those are some of the solutions that we're coming up with in Austin that we're working on. We're very proud of them. Be happy to answer any questions that you have. My friends at Georgia Tech said I never stop talking. Remember the 2 B's, be brief and be seated, so I'm going to do that. But thank you very much. I didn't want to go through more slides.
Bill, Dambisa, Kevin, thank you all for really provocative presentations. So this is the session where we go from talking about these big, heady issues to focusing in on what this begins to mean for individuals and how we think about responsive strategies at the company level, at the global level, at the local government level. I promised my friends out here that before the end of the day, they would feel as though they had been drinking from a fire hose. Turns out, based on all the questions that have come in to me, I feel like I'm drinking from a fire hose. This is a time for you all to queue up if you want to ask your questions in person. I have a bunch of questions, and I'm going to try to consolidate some of them and just mix them up amongst the panelists so that we can get as many answered as we can. Does that work? I mean, it's not really a democracy, but it just feels better if we act like it is. Does that work? All right, thank you. All right, so Dambisa, a bunch of questions coming in on education. I think you really hit a nerve when you suggested that our children today are less prepared than we were a generation ahead of them. Two ways those questions have been framed. The first is, so what do we do about it?
So I think it's a great question, and it's a question my answer is framed from somebody who was raised in Africa. So my primary, secondary, and university were all in Africa. And the way that our government approached it actually has been quite dynamic. When I was born, and it was post-colonialism, and the emphasis there was to really focus on primary education, and actually the evidence is that primary education returns are incredibly significant, and the investment should be at the primary level, and if you start investing at secondary and tertiary level, the returns are actually diminishing. It's not, and by the way, I should say that this is a very difficult topic because it will to some sound like I'm saying don't go to school, which is what I'm not saying, but I am saying that the manner in which people are getting educated today has to evolve. I think that there's been an underinvestment, certainly in the emerging markets and potentially even in developed countries, in vocational skills, skills that are more transferable, more versatile. And if you think about the way in which education is approached in places like India and China, I think that there has been much more of an emphasis in that. In the green room, we were talking a little bit about a Gallup poll in particular, talking about unemployment, global unemployment. I think it was a Gallup poll that said that 50% of the world's population is unemployed. And my reaction to that was, well, you know, those numbers tend to not give a true picture of the situation because a lot of people in the emerging markets are actually are not employed in a formal sense, but they nevertheless get up every morning and they'll be at the roadside selling tomatoes, etc. So I think in the same way we have to think about reframing our definition of education. I think there are other portals, there are other ways of providing education that is necessary. I do think that it is a public good, and so therefore the government does need to take a lead at the primary level because we do have to have some level of basic education. I think at the secondary and the tertiary level, I am pleased to say that I've spent a lot of time in the US listening and also learning a lot about some of the innovations and more cutting edge advances that people are involved in education, some of them quite unpalatable. You know, I know there's a big debate about charter schools and common core programs, etc. But I will say that the evidence has not always been good. So for example, there's mixed evidence in charter schools. But I think that on the good side, we do need to be more innovative and maybe in a way tear up those strictures. On the downside is that it's such a cost if you have an uneducated population because then you have a generation lost. And so it is very essential that we get it right, and it's not been such an easy easy answer.
I tend to agree with Dambisa. I think that really that I think there's an element agreement that it's got to be public-private partnerships. You saw when the president of the owner of Facebook gave $100 million to what was it, Newark school system, yeah. And the grades went down. I think that the businesses have to be involved in educating this next generation of kids in what really works. It can't be just for tests. It's got to be public-private partnerships that make this work. I think that if we do that and we find new revenue streams, that's why I like the idea of incentivizing the businesses to participate. Because if, in fact, they participate out of vested interest, they will make sure that the kids learn. The school systems and the nonprofits are doing fantastic, and this would provide them new revenue streams as well. But I think that there's a labyrinth of people trying to help, and the return on investment is not being measured in a systematic way, and that's what is holding us back.
So I tried to set Dambisa up by bringing out a real model corporate citizen doing lots of this kind of work, and yet, Dambisa, your conversation about the free conversations that are happening and the need to figure out a way to consolidate those into a single conversation created a little bit of eye rolling in the questions that came up. So there are a bunch of them that are, corporations have been talking about corporate social responsibility forever. How are we going to get them to really be serious about this? Is it possible at all that we can get them to divorce short-term profits from these longer conversations about economic growth and what happens to people? And so, Bill, if you don't mind being put on the spot, would you talk a little bit about exactly what Kevin's saying? How are you partnering with community institutions, whether that's the public sector or not-for-profit sector, in some of the things that you're doing?
Representing all of corporate America.
Yeah,
this
there
is
you
good.
go.
which I'm disqualified to do. So we do many different things, okay? As I tried to make the point, our associates are the most important thing, and we have ways to attract candidates. And unfortunately, everything is starting earlier in the path. So our incentive is to develop relationships with kids much earlier in the process than when I went to school. So one thing is we are offering, we have people who are high school students who do internships with us. 2 weeks ago in Boston, we had high school women who are interested in financial services but have no idea what it is, and we spent 3 whole days with them. Because that's where they are exposed, because they don't know what the real world opportunities are. So that would be like in the high school thing. With colleges, particularly down here in North Carolina, this constant interrelationship with colleges is really important. So I'm the captain of Boston University, because that's where I work. So I sit down with the deans of their schools, and what he'll say is 70% of the academics think that they prepare their students for work. And yet, and what he says to me is 20% of the companies think that people coming in are prepared for work. And so there's this big gap. So whether it's investing in the curriculum, whether it's giving them project-based learning, whether it's mentoring students, these are all incredibly important things as long as you find the influencers at these universities. In terms of community involvement, we spend a lot of time on community involvement. As I said quickly, mostly in education and financial literacy. And that's all volunteer time from us because it helps our brand in the community, which is important. But it's so worthwhile. So if you go to a school and you physically upgrade the school, which we are always doing in the community, but also back it up with real substance about curriculum, and I'm talking grade school and elementary schools, it's incredibly powerful. So the incentives are there for companies that kind of get it, and hopefully we're one of those.
I think you did a very good job representing the entire corporate sector. Give him a hand, please. All right, I am way out of time, but I've got one person who's been standing at the mic for a while, so if you could ask a short question, I'll have somebody respond to it, and then we shall move on.
My question is for you, Dambisa, and about, right here.
Oh, there, sorry.
Thinking about the demographic change, we've had and are still having a huge demographic change in North Carolina. And I know that a lot of people who are here, some of whom may never speak English, will never be able to get educated enough to approach some of these job opportunities that have been talked about. So my question to you is, have you witnessed anything with the changing of technology and job opportunities that's sort of like an alternative? I'm thinking like moving towards agrarian pockets or anything like that. Have you witnessed anything like that worldwide that might be able to be applied to some groups of people who, for whom education might be out of reach?
Dambisa, I'm going to ask you to try to answer that question really shortly, and then I want to see if Kevin wants to weigh in, because Austin was where North Carolina is going some time ago.
Okay, so I guess very quickly, the only thing, maybe my statement will be broader than just your question, and I'm not trying, it's not a cop-out, but I think what I'm trying to get across here is that in order for us to address any of the issues that have been raised here, I do think we need to be less stricture based, and that is a very difficult thing. I think people are very locked into their ideologies. They're very locked into the cadence of the way things have always worked and therefore must always work. And all I will say is that I spent an hour with the Chinese president, who, I'm 100% believe in liberal democracy, 100% believe in market capitalism. I left there really quite challenged in an ideological sense, and really think that all I'm essentially trying to say is that the takeaway from that was that it's really important for us to think about those types of alternatives, and maybe going back to the idea of vocational training. So I wouldn't say, your specific question was, have I seen anything like that? I have, but not necessarily at a scalable level. In small pockets in Israel, they do a lot of those types of initiatives. But nevertheless, I think that our way of thinking, politically and economically, also needs to be go through a transformation in terms of being more open-minded about how to address these issues.
Kevin, do you have a 30-second weigh-in?
Well, I think America's at the crossroads in how we approach this. This is a huge problem. The issue of equity and the diversification of our economy, and I think that we have to do this to scale, and the only way to do it, I think there's an agreement generally that public-private partnerships are essential to tackling not only our educational problems, but our infrastructure problems. And how we do that and how we structure that, whichever is the first state that actually gets it right,
It'll be
or the
North
first
Carolina.
city, go for it. I'm learning an awful lot here. I'm sure we're going to share information, but I think the solution, I believe, is in involving the private sector in a more organized way, and doing it under contract, not doing it on a voluntary basis. Do it in a way that you can measure it for at least a longitudinal period of time, so that when the next recession hits, you're still plowing through it. When the next recession hits, the poor get poorer. The companies can't afford to do that. But I think this is a great question, and I think it can be done to scale, can be done to scale here. It's certainly going to be done to scale in Austin.
All right, let me ask you to join me in thanking this delightful panel. So keep the questions coming. We're going to imprison our guests backstage so that they can respond to some of those questions online through social media. Keep sending them in. All right, so I made you a few promises at the break, and I want to move forward with fulfilling one of them now, which is to give you a chance to reflect a little bit on what you've heard this morning individually, and then to talk with each other at your tables. So, you heard me say earlier that our working group came up with these 10 strategies, and then our great forum ambassador winnowed them down to 5. There should now be a forum ambassador at every table. Can you wave your hand if you're a forum ambassador? Look around your table, identify that person. They will be facilitating these tabletop conversations. If for some reason your forum ambassador has gone rogue, just nominate somebody else at the table to be a forum ambassador. So in this first conversation, we want to focus on those strategies that really ask us to think about how we enhance engagement among community stakeholders, especially business. You heard that from this great panel. Ultimately, the kinds of new structures in the labor market that we will face are such that no single sector will be able to resolve all of the disruptive impacts. So how are we going to organize ourselves in communities and as a state to do a better job of coming together and having that singular conversation that then beats a challenge to us to have? As you begin to think about what you've heard this morning, I want to encourage you to take out your phones and respond individually to this next polling question. My question is, of the 3 strategies below, which do you think will be the most effective and feasible in meeting this Have One Conversation Challenge. Here are the three options that the forum ambassadors are offering for your consideration. First, that we need to figure out a way to get people together and develop more differentiated programs. Second, that we've got to spend more time thinking about enhanced career pathways. And third, again, something that you've heard raised time and time again this morning, the importance of increased opportunities for project-based learning. If you had to pick one, because you only have $1 to spend, where would you spend your dollar? Okay, so notice how you all have been programmed to look up to see whether you voted with the majority of people in the room. Unfortunately, we won't tell you until the end of your tabletop conversations. What I want you to do now is turn to the people at your table, share with them the way you voted, select one of these topics for conversation at your table. Again, if you've got a forum ambassador, that person will help facilitate the conversation. If not, you actually have a sheet on your table that tells you the two questions that we want you all to talk about. You have, my friends, 10 minutes. So I encourage you to get to talking now. Okay, just in case you all aren't clear, this is the sheet you should be looking at as you have your conversations, and your facilitator for the morning aired. I said there were 2 questions, but since you're so bright, there are actually 3. I'm sorry to be the one to break up these great conversations. Maybe I'm not the one to break up these great conversations. Just start calling out my friends by name. Hey, Joe, stop talking. Yeah. All right, so I hope that you all have had a chance to wrestle just a little bit with some of this content and to set up whomever is going to represent your tables, whether that's the forum ambassador who came into the room knowing that there were a forum ambassador or the one who just got drafted, to share a little bit of the perspective coming out of the conversations. We've talked a bit about some disruptive in a negative way impacts of technology, but we've also heard that technology can help us solve some of the very challenges we will have in the future of work. And so we have a feature in this year's forum where we're going to have 3 people. Some are tech visionaries, some educators, some working in communities, who are actually thinking about how they deploy technology and new institutional frameworks to help people connect to jobs. The very first of these spotlights is Henry Rock, and let me now welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. Real pleasure. All righty. Good morning. It is still morning, just about afternoon. My name is Henry Rock. I'm the Executive Director of City Startup Labs, and we're an entrepreneurs academy that is based in Charlotte, North Carolina. And we have just wrapped up a pilot that we have done for the last couple of years with the Urban League of the Central Carolinas. Now, our focus is on teaching Black male millennials entrepreneurship, and we're very intentional about that. We just, as I said, completed this pilot and are now moving on to UNCC, where we will be establishing a center of excellence and doing that in affiliation with Ventureprise there. So I was asked today to address this question, this essential question of how technology entrepreneurship affects the development of, or job creation, I should say, for minorities. And I'd like to really look at this question in 3 parts. First of all is job creation, preparation, and access. So when it comes to job creation, size doesn't matter as much as the age of a company. All right, the Kauffman Foundation states in a study that they've done that the real major emphasis on job growth has taken place in the public sector with those companies that have been 5 years or less. 5 years or less. And when we look at entrepreneurs and startups, they are really the drivers of this growth. Were it not for them, we would have had no net job growth in the US economy. No net job growth. In addition to that, when you look at entrepreneurship and business churn, these are the things that really lead to innovation, productivity, and competition. And we have to look at this also from a public policy perspective, and that is, how do we encourage entrepreneurship, especially amongst minority entrepreneurs? Because they can be the drivers of job growth. I like to call it 21st century workforce development. Now, the next thing is preparation, job preparation. The Labor Department says that the next 7 to 10 fastest growing jobs over the next 10 years are going to be in the STEM fields, and that 16 of the 25 highest paying jobs are going to be requiring STEM preparation. And if you're a STEM worker, that you're going to be making 26% more than your non-STEM peers. Now, when it comes to African Americans, a great source for STEM talent is the historically black colleges and universities and the outsized productivity that these represent. Now, these universities, by the way, 3% of total colleges and universities around the country, but they produce 40% of the STEM degrees, 60% of the engineering degrees earned by black college grads. But let's face it, it's really not just about diversity for diversity's sake. A McKinsey report says that those companies that are racially and ethnically diverse are 35% more likely to financially outperform their counterparts. So diversity, as I see it, can be a real competitive edge. And the interesting thing is that it doesn't have to be for corporate America, but for our local, regional economies and economic development, but also our national our national economic vitality. And the thing is, as I see it, is that we are not using our extraordinary and unique diversity to our global advantage. Now, the last thing, and perhaps the most troublesome thing, is access. There was a Atlantic Monthly poll that was done, and with a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being absolutely abysmal, Silicon Valley's racial diversity is a 7. A 7. All right? And when they look at the data, they see that the lack of black tech workers based on or relative to their percent of the population is even worse than women and Hispanics in the industry. And this I see as a fundamental issue that we have to deal with if we're going to have any hope of being able to change this problem. Because what is the underlying thing here? The context that makes this up, is our relationship as a country with our black citizenry, as I see it, both historically and also presently. It's this context that has black folks largely marginalized and looked as misfits, not being able to do one thing or the other, and largely on the sidelines, watching the entrepreneurial parade go by. So I suggest that what we ought to do is to come to real terms, to honest terms, speak forthrightly about the need for us to look at the insidious, implicit, in some cases explicit, biases that lead to what Dr. Eddie Gaud, who is the Princeton professor in his latest book, Democracy in Black, calls the value gap. I think we need to look at this value gap that has us perceiving others in a way that has them deemed less than they ought to be, less productive, less inclusive. So what I'd like to do before I sum this up because I know I'm getting the hook here. What I like to do here, though, before I sum this up, is to say that as a recent article in the Bloomberg magazine had suggested, and that was that instead of us thinking in terms of entrepreneurship from the point of view of how we can hire a new tech or make a new tech diverse workforce, why don't we think in terms of how we can increase diversity on the part of those who are starting companies? And that's really what we're up to here at City Startup Labs, right? And lastly, I'd like to say this, and that is that according to the Misfit Economy, it's a recent book published, according to that Misfit Economy, those of us who are in the midst of seeing business churn and economic churn, what we need to consider is that it is the misfits, like the guys that I'm working with, who can actually be the difference in terms of economic prosperity and economic stagnation. I really do want to thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
We're grateful to Henry for asking the hard questions in Charlotte, to the University of North Carolina at Charlotte for taking up the mantle, for really pushing this question of how we look at changing demographics in North Carolina as an opportunity rather than as a challenge. Our next speaker is doing much of this kind of work across the nation. Philip Howerswald will stay on this thread of entrepreneurship, and he'll specifically talk to us about why supporting and cultivating entrepreneurs is so critically important, not just for the sake of business, but for the sake of what he calls the promise of prosperity. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Philip Howerswald. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. And thank you, Henry, for having mentioned the Kauffman Foundation. My name is Philip Howerswald. I'm an economist by training, George Mason University and the Kauffman Foundation. You hear a lot from economists about sectors of the economy. You can think about energy sector, health sector, transportation sector. And I'm going to suggest for the next 25 minutes that you forget about all that and just think about one sector in the economy, which is the forest sector. Not necessarily that difficult to do in North Carolina because you have a great tradition there, but I want to generalize it. So just the forest sector. Okay, so what do you have in the forest sector? Well, one thing that we have in the forest sector is we have the canopy, right? We have big trees. So from the sky, it looks like the canopy is all that there is, right? So you got GE, you got Walmart, you got Exxon, and that really looks like pretty much the totality. But as we know, if you've ever been in a forest, particularly a rainforest, below the canopy, way down below, there's the scrub. And there's a lot of biomass in the scrub. And at the eye level, at the human level, that's what we see and interact with, right? You have to take a special tour to get up in the canopy, right? But that's sort of like our level. And the scrub is small business, right? And so most small businesses, as we know, don't grow. They constitute now just less than 50% of the economy, but traditionally have been more. But there's an important part of the economy that is in between small and large, right? And that's the small and growing, and that's the growth sector, and that's entrepreneurship, okay? Entrepreneurship is that which was small and can grow. So why is that important? Well, if you've ever been in a rainforest, you know that this happens, right? The old falls over, and it releases nutrients to create the new. Economic vitality is the capacity to take released nutrients and reconfigure them into something new and of value. Something of substantially enough new value creation that it can challenge the old, that those small trees can become large trees. So at the Kauffman Foundation recently, what we've decided to do is take this metaphor of the entrepreneurial ecosystem somewhat more literally than has been done in the past. There's a great tradition in this direction. Herbert Spencer in the late 19th century was an economist better known than Adam Smith, whose whole work was based upon the application of evolutionary theories in every domain of science, including economics. But we've taken this up again, and this is a paper that I wrote. My colleague Dane Stangler has had other work along these lines, and it's about enabling entrepreneurial ecosystems. And what we try to do in this paper is really take a sort of existing scholarship on the dynamics of entrepreneurial ecosystems and sort of break it down into a model that can be operational. So first of all, before we get into the kind of the phases of the model that are going to be the focus of sort of my remarks today, let's just take a look at where this sort of figure eight is going, right, and what the axes are. So we have two axes, which are really sort of potential, which is the sort of the energy that's captured in the economy. And we can just think about it as the raw number of transactions, just sort of, and also the sort of capital, whether it's intellectual capital, human capital, all the embedded capacities that might exist in a region. And then connectedness, well, we know what connectedness is, right? And that could be contractual, it could be relational, but it's all those sort of dense interrelationships that also define a region. So let's think about this sort of energy and connection as two important dimensions. And what I want to propose to you is it's not just a question of a healthy entrepreneurial ecosystem or an unhealthy one, but it's a question of moments in time and understanding where you are in a moment of time and what strategy makes sense for that moment of time. So now I'm going to start with one moment in time, which is what in the ecological literature is called exploitation, okay? And this is sort of like this sort of new, when you have a clearing. And when there's, just after a burn or, after a forest fire or maybe a large storm, there are clearings, and those clearings create opportunity in ecosystems. So what does that correspond to in economic ecosystems? Well, this is Truman's Brewery in Brick Lane in London. Truman's Brewery was founded in 1666, and by the end of the 19th century, it had become the largest brewery in the world. By the end of the 20th century, it had gone out of business. And it was a massive sort of multi-acre property with these huge buildings that were vacant. And what London did was enable this to become sort of a coral reef for business, right? And inside this coral reef, there's just been this incredible energy that has been unleashed of just small-scale business, small shops, food stands. And if you walk along Brick Lane, and all of us have been to sort of Sunday markets and Saturday markets, and this is a sort of wonderful feature of economic life now all over the world. And we have food trucks and pop-ups, but I was really astounded when I was last in London last winter, and a friend of mine who's a fan of this sort of new emerging economy in London took me on a tour, and we walked for over 2 hours, sort of one unending Saturday market into another, all centered around Brick Lane. So it's this incredible energy that's come about out of Brick Lane and out of this old property of Truman's Brewery. What's striking about the date 1666 is those of you that have an interest in things of these type might immediately know that was the year of the Great Fire in London. And there was a lot of sort of new territory, new fields that opened up, new fields of opportunity that opened up in London. And it's really partly that Great Fire that created London as the city as it is today. Second phase in this ecological model is conservation. And this is a phase we're very familiar with. The conservation model is when everything is working well. It's when everything has come together and all of those dense interrelationships exist and all of those networks exist and energy, potential energy, the captured energy in the system is at its maximum, right? So a place like Silicon Valley today or Detroit in the 1970s and 60s, really where all of the networks had aligned, right? The challenge with systems that are at this conservation stage is that they, of course, become conservative, that they build up bulwarks against change, that they like their preferred position. And the one thing about bulwarks against change is that they eventually lead to release. Release of energy, or in the case of New Orleans, release of water. The failure of the levees in New Orleans is a literal instance of what I'm talking about, because it did create a devastation that then was a platform for change, an ongoing process in New Orleans, just as it is in Detroit. But it's also a metaphor for what happens when places that are successful try to prevent change. What happens when institutions that are successful try to prevent change? What happens when countries that are successful try to prevent change? And it can work for a while. It can work for a long while. But as the auto industry learned in 2008, there comes a point at which it doesn't work any longer. And change which had been occurring, like an underbrush in a forest where fires have been prevented, eventually will roar forward and be more disruptive than it would have been if it had been managed in a more progressive, responsible way. Reorganization. Reorganization is what happens after that, right? Now, it would have been possible to construct this talk entirely from North Carolina examples. I'm going to include one. This is a region that has been through multiple transitions of this variety, and the folks who are in this room, I'm sure, have been involved in different places at different stages, many of them. I did bring my notes with me for this one factoid, because it's difficult to remember exactly which merger happened when, but 1995, it was Glaxo and Burroughs Wellcome that merged. In 2000, it was Glaxo Wellcome and SmithKline Beecham that merged. I didn't know I could do that by memory. So in any event, this is obviously catalytic, very important companies for this region, or an important company that has moved forward. And these eras of layoffs and of disruption that followed both of the mergers actually had a remarkably positive effect on this region, as documented by North Carolina's own Marianne Feldman, who is one of the leading regional economists in the world, and a great treasure for the state to have her here as an academic. And she and a colleague of hers, Nicola Lowe, have written about the entrepreneurial influence of GSK and its predecessors. And what they found was that 144 firms were traced to GlaxoSmithKline and its antecedents, Burroughs Wellcome and Glaxo Wellcome. And furthermore, that there was a shift even just from 1995 to 2000, where in 1995, the startups that came out of that merger were mostly contract research organizations. They really weren't early stage research organizations. They weren't doing new to the world stuff. They were basically just doing contract research, which, by the way, this region is now the world's leader in, and is a great line of business for any region. But in the second round of mergers, you saw a deepening of the type of companies that were started out of that. When you talk about 144 firms, that is a tremendous legacy. I mean, even Xerox PARC, which is known for its spin-offs, only created 60 spin-offs, if I recall correctly, the work by Hank Chesbrough. And so this is really an impact of a very substantial variety, and that came out of knowing how to manage a disruption, knowing how to manage crisis. This is not unique to this region. Mary Walshock, who has been long time at University of California in San Diego, and was instrumental in creating UCSD Connect. And UCSD Connect did something very interesting. In the early 1980s, it brought together, we've talked quite a bit about public-private partnerships, this was really a public-private partnership of the best type. It was the business community getting together with the academic community and the city leaders and saying, how are we going to maintain what we have here in San Diego, which is pretty great. We don't feel like moving. We like it here. But we're facing some struggles, right? The implosion of the savings and loan industry, and in the early 1980s, a real collapse in military spending in that region, which had been sort of the bedrock of the San Diego economy for over 8 decades. And so they very purposefully went about trying to build the capacity of San Diego as a biotechnology hub. And it worked. So this is the model: exploitation, conservation, release, reorganization. Underlying it, an understanding that when we talk about economic vitality, we really mean vitality. We really mean that regions are alive, cities are alive. There is an interconnection among people and institutions that is organic, and it behaves in a manner that is not dissimilar from living entities. Anecdote here, anecdote there, figure 8 graph, not necessarily that persuasive. It goes more deeply than that, right? There is a whole other talk one could give about this same phenomenon at a global level. Let's think about China, Israel, Rwanda, Korea. These are countries that have one thing in common. In the case of Israel and Korea, a perpetual state of war. In the case of China, Korea, and Rwanda, absolute devastation that was a prelude to economic growth. There's an MIT scholar by the name of Yasheng Huang who's written a fantastic book titled Capitalism with Chinese Characteristics, in which he argues that the critical time in China's development in the last 40 years wasn't when Deng Xiaoping came to power in 1978 and in 1979 started to enact political and economic reforms that moved China toward a market economy, most notably the household responsibility system. But rather, it was an era before that. The 2 years after Mao Zedong died and before Deng Xiaoping came to power. These were 2 years of almost complete anarchy in a country of then already over 1 billion people. Now you think about a country that for 2 years has no political leadership, no guidance from above. Now I'm not talking about the United States right now. I'm talking about a situation far beyond anything that we might complain about when we say we're not happy with our political process, or we're not happy with the outcomes that we see from the federal government. No, this is a complete vacuum of power in a country of 1 billion people. And what do people do when they have no direction, particularly when they've been in an economy that was centralized against their will for over a generation? Well, they go back to doing what they've always done. They went off the collective farms, and by the way, people being put on the collective farms cost 20 million lives, and it was something that Deng Xiaoping was personally opposed to. And they realized that was a failed model. They went back to their homes. When Deng Xiaoping came to power, he had a choice: basically send out the People's Liberation Army and force people back onto the farms, or validate what was already happening as national policy. The point is that it was this vacuum, this open space, that allowed people then to express themselves in a manner that made sense to them, given their environment, that allowed for China to grow. And if we think about what happened in Korea, if we think about what happened in Israel and Rwanda, we see a combination of both leadership from above and this energy from below. And that is the story in China, and it's the story elsewhere as well. So I want to make sure that I leave you with a few takeaways from this model, not just that the entire economy is best thought of as just the forest sector, and not just the essence of entrepreneurial dynamism as being about really a living system, but also just sort of some practical takeaways. And the number one takeaway, and I would say this is less true at the regional level than it is at the national and the international level, but whenever I'm in front of an audience, say World Bank, USAID, even Commerce Department, the number one thing that government needs to do if it wants to favor entrepreneurs is favor incumbents less. it is a natural and in some ways a healthy thing that government represents incumbent interests. Political parties are essentially nothing but coalitions of incumbent economic and political interests. Otherwise, they wouldn't be parties. They would not have any sustainable and viable support to represent people. Organizing factions, organizing coalitions of incumbent interests is a positive dimension of a democratic process. But what it means is that whatever elected government we have is going to, almost axiomatically, represent incumbent interests of one type or another. And it is vitally important for any government that wants to see entrepreneurship thrive and flourish to favor incumbents less as a default rule, to find some spaces, some regulatory spaces, some procurement spaces, and even some physical spaces where the new can exist and thrive. And this requires conscious effort. And particularly outside this country, but even inside this country, this is a huge challenge. And incumbent interests, when threatened, will organize to build up those bulwarks and try to do what seems like protecting themselves, but is actually making not just themselves, but the communities to which they're connected tremendously vulnerable. Second point, listen to entrepreneurs. Who are these entrepreneurs, right? When let's say the World Bank, and by the way, I'm doing a project about which I'm very excited with the World Bank, I'm very excited with the World Bank right now, and I feel as though they understand, folks at the World Bank understand all that I'm talking about. But nonetheless, when, say, the World Bank or the USAID goes into a country and are sort of convening business leaders, if you're not talking to the government, a natural thing to do is to talk to the Chamber of Commerce. Well, does the Chamber of Commerce represent entrepreneurs? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. A lot of times the entrepreneurs aren't invited into those meetings, right? Chamber of Commerce is the association of incumbent business leaders, established business leaders. So finding the people who actually are entrepreneurs, who are creating the new, requires really embedding yourself in the community. And we know who they are, right? It's exactly those misfits that Henry was talking about. You got to find them. And those people don't like coming to meetings, generally speaking. And they, generally speaking, will be fatigued if you say that we want to talk to you about policy for entrepreneurs. In fact, they may not even understand what you're talking about. But you have to try to find them, sit down with them, and then how do you see the world? What is your day like? Is there anything in the action of government that could facilitate your reality? And listen and take notes and register it. It will be different entrepreneur to entrepreneur. It will be different community to community. Nothing can be successful in policy for entrepreneurship if it doesn't begin by listening to entrepreneurs. Once you've done that, it does help to take a little bit of a structural view. And there are tools and techniques to understand how are people connected, right? We have a data-rich environment these days. There's really no excuse not to do it. And so there's no reason to be blind, drive blind, You got Google Maps, enter it in. Where am I going? Okay, what's the landscape look like? Although there is something we've lost with Google Maps, which is that we never actually look at a map. We never actually know where we are. We're just told where to go next, right? Entrepreneurship policy needs more than that. It needs an actual map. You need to know what the relationships are. And there are methods and techniques for doing that. Simple entrepreneurial rule that everybody knows. But it works for policy. Implementing this in policy is difficult, actually. It's not just about, we have a plan, we've done our research, here's the program, all right, now we're going to roll it out, $10 million over 3 years. Let's see if it works, and then we'll do an assessment after that, and we'll find out. No, it makes much more sense. Start small scale, gather data, iterate. Entrepreneurship policies should be entrepreneurial, and that means it'll use entrepreneurial methodologies. One of the really strong tendencies both of academics and of policymakers, but not of entrepreneurs, is to put people in rigid categories. This person is, I mean, even the way I've been speaking about it, it's almost unavoidable, that there's a category of entrepreneurs, but they might be different from, say, angel investors, and they might be different from corporate technology people, and they might be different from people in government. Well, as we know, the most successful people are the ones who just transition between all those roles. They may have multiple roles at once, right? And so we got to understand that reality, that it's really about people finding different identities, both personally and economically, and relating to people in terms of those different identities, and not treating people like they're potted plants. A rainforest is not a greenhouse. Entrepreneurs are not potted plants. You don't move them from one place to another. You don't create a space for them and say, okay, now you're all going to go over here. That's not going to work. And then lastly, my sort of core point, and it relates to the broader theme of this gathering, which is preparing to capitalize on crises. Crises are an organic part of the evolution of economies, whether at a local level, at a national level, or even in one's own life. I would strongly endorse a slightly polemical but nonetheless deeply insightful book by Nicholas Taleb titled Anti-Fragility. And what Taleb is talking about is that systems that really are robust, environments that thrive, actually seek out not just challenge, but volatility. Embrace volatility. Human beings can expect their children to live more than twice as long today as we could 200 years ago. This is the biggest and largest change to have happened in human society. That extended human lifespan means that this reinvention has to happen at a personal level, at an institutional level, at a regional level, at every level, more frequently, more deeply than has ever been the case in the past. We have no poems, we have no plays, we have no novels about the world that we're entering. We have to create our own narratives. We have to create our own visions, and we have to create our own future. So that's basically all I have to say. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, it does seem to me that creating our own future on an empty stomach is not a good idea. So what do you say? Shall we pause and have lunch? That's like the most love I've had all day from you all. Okay, so here are the rules for lunch. You're going to go outside these doors, through the lobby, turn to the left. The lunch is set up at the room next door, and they'll open this divider. You'll be able to come back this way. We're going to give you about 30 minutes of on-program time so that you can all get through the lunch line and chat with all your friends. And then we've got a really fantastic lunch program set up for you. So with that, let's get something to eat.